showing the clips on Once Upon Four Robbers. So I would just want us to dive into it and enjoy the presentations. If we have questions, if we have contributions, we can use the chat engine. I'm going to be monitoring that and admitting more people in. Thank you so much for coming once again. Shola?
Yeah. Yes. So this is a scratch. Well, not a scratch. It's just a reduced production of Once Upon Four Robbers. Once Upon Four Robbers was written in 1980 and performed, premiered at University of Ibadan. It was a play written in response to Nigerian government's policy, a decree to execute armed robbers. And armed robbers in this case were not just people who went about with guns. You could have a small pocket knife in your pockets, and if you caught stealing a loaf of bread, you could be shot at the bar beach. So this was a reaction or response to that. And what these students have done is to reduce the play into 10 minutes, just to give a flavor of it. Here we go. Just a minute. Share screen. I'm sure everybody will bear with me. Technical hitch. There seems to be a slight hitch with my computer not being able to render the video. This is what academics do. Instead of trying things and rehearsing things, like actors, they don't. Maybe while I try to sort this out, I can take one or two tributes from people who wants to speak. So it's an open mic, if you can say one or two words, and then I'll come back to that video later. Grace.
Yeah, so like Shola said, we cannot avoid these days, we can't avoid all these technical itch. And so we're going to move on straight into, we're going to open the floor now to anyone who wants to, express their well wishes to Professor Osofisan at this moment. We have a couple of people in the house already. I can see Adebola Ojo. We have also, yeah, I see Sheyi Adeshola. Yeah, you want to say something briefly about Prof?
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. My name is Akinshola, Sheyi Akinshola, Prof student at the University of Ibadan. I graduated in 1996. Happy birthday, Prof. May God continue to bless you. May you continue to work stronger and stronger in all ramifications. My class was one of the classes referred to as Osofisanian class in those days. And that's because every year we performed Prof's play. The first one was Aranginding, and then I thought it was over. And then the next one was Tingu Tango, Eternity Tale. And then we moved to Eshu and the Vagabond Mistral. And it was all very glorious. I'm not the artistic type, but I took part in this place. And they gave me, what they did for me was they gave me huge confidence in approaching people, in doing things. It makes me believe that I can do everything I put my mind to do. I mean, standing on the theater there and talking to all the audience was a great thing for me. So thanks, Professor, for giving me that opportunity in acting in all those plays, and I really, really appreciate them. Thank you very much. And on behalf of my class, I don't know if any of them is here. Happy birthday again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheyi. We really appreciate that. At this point, I just want us to feel free to jump in, and I don't want to be calling people's names. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Joseph Ive. I was a Osofisan student in 2010. He supervised me during my master's program, and I started falling in love with Osofisan's works during my undergraduate days. I acted in one of his plays, A Restless Run of Locusts, and a play which I enjoyed very much. And that was when I knew about Osofisan, and I wanted to meet him someday. So it was like peradventure when I went there, and then it happened that he became my supervisor, and I was the last person he supervised then before retiring. And after our MA defense, Osofisan took me to his office and gave me a lot of books, like about 20 books or so, and encouraged me and said that he would have wanted to work with me for my PhD, but because of the retirement and all that, he did not be able to supervise me. And then I later got a scholarship and came to South Africa, where I did my PhD in 2017. And now I'm a postdoc. I'm doing my postdoc with the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. So he has always been a father figure and of great encouragement to everyone that comes across him. So I take this moment today to wish him a very good birthday and to continue to inspire people around the world. Maybe he will not even know the kind of impact that he has had on people's lives, but I'm a testimony to that. And I say a big, big, big happy birthday to my most senior father. And I appreciate everything that you've been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joseph, for sharing. Prof is a great mentor. Many of us have beautiful things to say about him. He gave you just 10 books. I have a whole load of library from him. So that is just him, and we all appreciate him for that. Anyone else? Shola, are you there? Or yeah. Oh, hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I'm around. As you can see, I'm on the streets, so it's not the most the best situation to attend. I will try to attend now and again today. I just wanted to say I'm very happy that you put this together. I did my PhD on Osofisan's drama, and I've met him a couple of times as well. Interviewed him. It's a very generous person and an amazing dramatist and a lovely colleague in many ways. So yeah, I think well done for putting this together, and happy birthday is all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zana. We really appreciate that. Shola, are we on, or we can still take more?
Not yet. We can take more. I can see Professor Madandaura there, the Nigerian coordinator of IATC and ITI. And I can also see Mr. German and Nikulapo just joining us. So maybe they want to say what, maybe Emma.
All right, thank you so much, Shola, and good morning, dear colleagues. It's a happy day to celebrate one of our own, Professor Femi Osofisan. I actually have the instruction of the president of the International Association of Theater Critics, Professor Jeffrey Jenkins of University of Illinois, on his behalf and indeed on behalf of the International Association of Theatre Critics, to convey warm wishes to our celebrant. Our celebrant made Africa proud. He made the Black race proud when he emerged as winner of the 2016 Thalia Award. Thalia Award is a converted prize that has so far been given only to 6 distinguished theater critics and theater makers. And so Osofisan is one that the IATC holds in very high regard. And we believe that with his continuous contribution also as a member of the editorial board of Critical Stages, the world of theater and the world of the theater critics in particular can only become richer. We pray that God will keep him alive and continue to nourish his creative abilities. And we also want to say that the entire IATC family globally, we love him, and we would always be part of him and whatever event that is around him, because we truly appreciate the rich contributions he is making to the body of theater globally. So thank you very much. That is a message from Professor Jeffrey Jenkins, International President of the IATC, which he has directed me to deliver as a Vice President. And then on the part of the Nigerian National Section, of course, we want to really express our commendation for the Femi Osofisan Society for this great initiative. We want to say that we wish that COVID was not a restriction in this case. I think this is the time we ought to roll out more masquerades to be on the streets and dance to celebrate our great teacher and our great mentor. But we are happy that this is a platform that we can actually collect some of these very beautiful testimonies, as we have seen, coming in from his former students and other associates. So we wish Professor Osofisan a happy birthday, and we pray that we would have reasons to celebrate this many, many more decades from today. Congratulations, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Dandura. We really appreciate that. And also to Professor Jenkins for his well wishes. Do we have more? Jaman. Okay, let me admit him. Welcome on board, Jaman. Chika is also in the house. Misra, you want to say a word or two? And Apona, you were one of the people that joined us early. Do you want to use this opportunity to say a word or two?
Right, maybe this is not the time, maybe to, I'm sorry about that. I could get the video to work, but I couldn't get the audio to work. So we're going to show that during the day. We have all day. I'm going to make sure that I show you that because it's actually quite a video after my heart. So now we're going to just take one or two, about 10 minutes of music from Issue and the Vagabond Minstrels before we talk about a little bit more about his work. So,
welcome, German. German says, good morning, all.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you. I'm in the newsroom, so I can't put on my video.
That's fine. Do you want to quickly say a word or two before we jump into the next item? We're waiting. And Chika, you're welcome.
A word or two, I don't understand. Is it a tribute or what?
Yes.
It's not a tribute, just to say hello to Prof.
Oh, okay. Well, is he in the house? I'm not sure. I've seen this. In any case,
he's going to be seeing the recorded. He's going to be seeing the recorded.
Okay, happy birthday to our prof, to our father in the arts, and we hope that you continue to live to live to his full name, Babatunde Osofisan, that we've always known. A great man, great spirit, kind. And, one of the big men who will come down to your level to relate to you, no matter what you're doing. So, I mean, we can only wish him more years. And I want to assure him that by November, the Committee for Relevant Art will be having him at the Lagos Book and Art Festival. He's a customer. He comes there regularly, gives us all the support every year. And this year, we will celebrate his 75th. I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
I also want to acknowledge the presence of Professor Toyin Falola. Welcome, sir. Chika, if you want to say hello, the floor is open.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Thank you. It's going to be a great day. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Prof. Toyi, I think that's the last time we saw was Ethiopia, I think. Hello, everybody. And look, this is to wish Prof the best of the best. And look, there's no way to say that we've got a giant and we've got
but
giants.
He has not joined us. Where is him?
Yes.
Chika? Is he here?
Yes, it is.
He's on his way.
He's on his way.
Oh, he hasn't. That's great.
Then let him come before you are wishing him.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you very much. I'll wait.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Sanjay.
Welcome to Professor Femi as well. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Shola, we can have the music now.
Okay. This is from Isha and the Vagabond Minstrels.
Olùfẹ́ wá gbàkàrà mádólòṣì lóhùn wọlé kò tilẹ̀kùn kí tòun tagbádá àwọn lọ́jọ́ ń rìn kàkí bá gba pàwà afẹ́ṣe bí agbádá agbádá bá gba agbára bá tún ṣe bí sójà agbára dùn tàbí kò dùn with immediate effect lọ́fíń kówó ìlú mi with immediate dispatch wọ́n wọ jet lọ Mẹ́kà wọ́n lọ Rome fún shopping kò ní sóúnjẹ lọ́jà ayé ò ní lè gbádùn máa sọ̀lú dahoro àwọn ọ̀jẹ̀lúpa ń ṣágà but kakí ò gbarúwẹ̀ àní sójà ò gbàṣẹ́ adìyẹ bà lóògùn tán ní ń gbọ́dẹ lẹ́yìn àròyé ni mo wá rò èmi ẹlẹ́nu ṣóbìrì ìbádákẹ́ máa rọ́ràn olùfẹ́ ti ilẹ̀kùn ìbádákẹ́ máa rọ́ràn olùfẹ́ ti ilẹ̀kùn darling chop àkàrà you no mind the rumours shut the door and window kaki and agbada dey waka together kaki come to power imitate agbada agbada come to power and you dey do like kaki power the sweet man pikin with immediate effect don chop the treasury with immediate dispatch buy jet for Mecca fly to Rome for shopping food go there for market man go suffer farm go dry like desert still agbada no go care and kaki go thunder soldier don vex finish about and down for road hunter dey for lion back but I too dey talk with my mouth like shovel and I go enter for trouble Charlie make you shut the door and I go enter for trouble Charlie make you shut the door.
The music man, he said, I brought my band. See, my songs are mellow. I've cooked them well, broken girl on her bed was crying, and her tears fall down on her pillow. You sing so well, but you don't see the hunger around. Oh, the hunger. You've helped me to shred the magic wand of life, so I do. Lock the door well as you go, Mr. Singer. Oh, Mr. Singer. As the man turned, she shouted with command. Listen, singer, to the willow. The trees can tell how winds wait to anger. Oh, to anger. And the waters have repeated unceasing. On the ocean breeze and below, they all can tell that was breed on hunger. Oh, on hunger. And the voices of the wretched of the land, while your songs are so mellow, they speak of hell and they scream of danger ahead. Oh, of danger.
Yes, thank you for that. So, in the fast forward to the program, I guess this is where I come in with talking a little bit about Femi Osofisan's bibliography, about his work, about, although today we are celebrating the man, but in celebrating the man, we should also know a little bit or say a little bit about his work, about who he is by what is done by some of his writings. So if you don't mind, I'll just find a clip. Well, I hope my PowerPoint slide works this time around. And if it doesn't work, I know who to blame. So probably blame Grace or somebody else, or German, or even Professor Falola. Yes, so share screen. I said I need to learn how to use this. That means this. I should come back to the 21st century and leave 19th century behind. Yeah, but I will. So this is Femi Osofisan titled it a bibliography. I mean, Femi Osofisan, full name, Baba Femi Adeyemi Osofisan, but he writes under the name of Femi Osofisan, but sometimes also writes under the name of Okimba Lanko, in terms of the publications that he has done, he is written so many people, so many books, single plays that is written there, as I said earlier, by this year, they've total 63 plays that is written, starting with there's actually one which is not here, and the first play that he ever wrote was called Cooling Spring. It's about the Nigerian situation, the coup, and the government in 1964. So it's not published, yeah, but it was performed in 1967 at the University of Ibadan. But his first published play was A Restless Run of Locusts, which was published by Onibo J Press in 1975. And that was followed by The Chattering and the Song in 1976, published by Ibadan University Press. But then he had actually started showing his interest in the politics of the country and the people who are moving and working on the politics of the country. So, and that led to his next play, which was Who is Afraid of Tai Sholari, or Who is Afraid of Sholari, to give it its right title. For those of us who are familiar with Nigeria, Tai Sholari was a social activist who who actually started a school and wanted what was good for the country. He wrote some other plays, Once Upon Foroba, which I was trying to show earlier. I couldn't show. I'm still going to show it later in the day. This was in reaction to the decree about armed robbery in Nigeria in the 1970s, part of the fallout from a civil war when the soldiers were demobilized without any preparations, without any plan for their future. So they turned into armed robbery to survive. And the government response was to start executing them. So this play was a debate about who actually is the robber. Is it the armed robbers on the street or the robbers with pen in the corridors of power? And there are other plays like Red is the Freedom Road, which is also about the war, but taken back historically to the times of the Yoruba internecine wars, especially the war between Oyo and Ilorin and the rise and fall of Afanja. And then we have some other plays like Ishu and the Vagabond Minstrels, which actually set a record at the University of Ife then in 1985 to run for 27 days, a record in Nigeria at that time, and it was so popular. It was also the first play that was picketed by the Christian Union. You know, the Student Christian Union and the Student Christian Fellowship were picketing the play every evening because of this notion that Ishu, the Yoruba issue, the revered God issue, is actually translation of the Christian Satan, which of course it is not. But of course the picketing led to the play being so popular and so much that at that time, Hubert Ogunde brought one of his films to University of Ife. And Oduduwa Hall, as big as it was, I think seats about 2,500 people, did not have people to come to watch Ogunde. And Ogunde had to come to the pit theater of the University of Ife to find out what exactly is keeping away my crowd, you know, and find that it was Ishu and the Vagabond Minstrels. And I think he watched about 15 minutes of the play and shook his head and said, with plays like this, there's no future for them, you know, anymore. If the academics could be doing plays that are this popular. And then we also have Osofisan's responses to the world and the politics, like in Another Raft, which was an adaptation or a response to JP Class The Raft. We have Nkrumah Africani in 1996, which was about the the exile years of Kwame Nkrumah, the former Ghanaian president in Guinea, with Secretary of Guinea and Amilcar Cabral. You know, the three major African leaders were in the same place at the same time. So this play captured that period, that moment. We also have one of my favorite plays, Birthdays Are Not for Dying, which is, I'll talk more about that later, but part of the Visitor series, a television series. Aringede and the Night Watchmen that Sheyaki Shola earlier mentioned. It's also about these vigilante issues about robbery and keeping the society safe. And then we have the play, which was in response to President Babangida's mass mobilization program and the little to the left, the little to the right political shenanigan of the 80s and 90s, of the 90s, in trying to move from military reign to civilian reign by the government, trying to set up political parties and trying to influence what happened. So the response to that was Yuba Yuba and the dance contest, which also set a record in Nigeria as one of the first major plays that was female. All the actors were female. There was no male. Of course, it was directed by my boss, late lamented Sumbo Mario. It was also the very first play. Actually, it was the second, but it was because Sumbo Mario also directed Arungida, the Night Watchman. But those two were the first two plays that Osofisan were to allow anybody else to direct before him. And then we have the drama collections, the plays that have been put in collections, like Morontodo and other plays. Morontodo is about Moremi of Ife. You know, you can see from what I'm saying that Osofisan writes so much from his culture, from the Yoruba culture, you know, and feeding into the world from that. The Birthdays Are Not For Dying, another place that is also, as I mentioned earlier, comes from the Visitor series, which was a television series for Ogun State's television in the 80s, and it contains plays like Fires Burn and Die Hard, The Inspector and the Hero. You know, these are plays that look at the work of detectives in the society, which is, and I know I'm not revealing anything by mentioning this, which is actually what Osofisan is now working on. You know, it's no longer working on the dramatic aspect of this detective series, but it's looking at putting them in novels. So it's writing all these new novels about drama, about the detective series, based everything, not just in Nigeria, but in several African locations, you know, to see how it will work. And then we have Oriki of a Grasshopper, another place. This was also one of my favorite connections, because it was introduced by one of our most respected critics, Professor Abiola Erile, who danced a few years ago to join the Ancestors. And then there's a major plays 1 and 2, and the recent outings 1 and 2. Then there are the plays that are in anthologies, and these are the plays that you would think they would be easy to find, to acquire, but because they're in anthologies, they're not actually that easy to find, but some of them have been published separately, except play like The Discombobulation of a Rookie Patriot, you know, a stage adaptation of Achebe's A Man of the People, which was written at the same time as another response to Chinua Achebe, Arrow of God, which was termed The Wound of Man, the Arrow of God, The Wounds of Man. This was also in 2014. You know. So, and moving on from the anthologies, we have the plays that have been produced but have not been published. And this is what people are actually looking for. They're asking for these plays to be published so that they can read them, even if they can't see them. You know, some of the plays from the Visitor series, Behind the Ballot Box, which was about the Shagari 1979-83 Nigerian government, To Kill a Dream, At the Petrol Station, Operation Abandoned, The New Cathedral, A Success Story, Operation Rat Trap, The Audience Also Dances, A Death to the Dead, A Date with Danger, and so many of these were Visitor series. They were recorded and broadcast by Ogun State's television in the 80s. Fortunately, asking Ogun State's television for the records, we don't have them. Of course, they were also linked to BCOS. They also don't have records of these plays, but hopefully one of these days they will be out published. Andorra Goes Kinshasa is another play which is a response to the European play A Nightingale for the Boys. Has not been published, but this afternoon we are going to watch it. It was premiered in '97, but there was no record of that. And in 2017, Segun Ojewuyi did a production at Southern Illinois University in the USA. We have A New Dawn at Ishara, which is a stage adaptation of Wole Soyinka's third biography, Ishara, which was about his father, Wole Soyinka's father, not Femi Osofisan's father. Then we have the three plays, which are the adaptations of D.O. Fagunwa's novels. We all, well, when I say we, I mean those of us above a certain age, we all read D.O. Fagunwa when we were in primary schools and secondary schools. Even without being in school, you could not have grown up without reading Obuju Odenini Gborumale or Adichu Olodumare or Ireke Onibudo. So these three plays were all commissioned by Charms, a computer company in Nigeria, and they were produced in both English and Yoruba, directed by Osofisan, directed by Kola Oyewo, directed by Tunde Awusomi. This was also one of Osofisan's collaborations with the honest man, Professor Akinwumi Ishola, who also died a few years ago, one of the major Yoruba writers. And we have All for Catherine, which is the first and the only up to now Osofisan's response or reaction to a Chinese play. So this is a rereading of Cao Yu's Thunderstorm. And after the plays produced, we have his poetry. His poetry collection is quite huge. He has written both in anthologies and in single volumes, 13, or actually 14, because there's the latest one, which is on COVID, which has not been published. And if you permit me, I'll just read the first canto of the COVID one, which is quite relevant to our client. And it's titled Salute. By the way, all his poetry are written under the name of Okimba Launko. So, Salute. The unnameable. Toto Ibare Mojuba. I pay respect. With this mixed salute and a begging bowl of song, I say, Ibareo Toto Mojuba. They taught us this. When a strange contagion whelms the nation, till even elder Babalawo and trusty priests cast their nuts in limp despair. When a disease by all previous prescriptions cannot be tamed, and the known wisdoms of yesteryears fail against its all, then they said, sensible people quickly name it, the unnameable, the unpronounceable. In a strategy of survival, of whispers and shrewd supplications, waiting, simply waiting for it to feed its fool and live. For to name is to invite attention and open the door of the self to potential pain, to the lax softness that familiarity breeds, and to the poisons the named can hide in the skin of friendship. Iba, Toto Fun, a malevolent god has come to town. And these are some of the scans of Osofisan's poetry, but most of his poetry are not really about politics and so on. Like they're about love, about relationships, about friendship, like in Minted Coins or Seven Stations Up the Traceway, or Ireo, which was actually homage to Wole Soyinka. And then we have the published fictions, starting with Cholera College in 1975, because this was actually written before Cooling Spring, the first play. So Osofisan started as a novelist It was later adapted by Dexter Lindsay, the Trinidadian dramatist, for stage. And then we have Cordelia, and some of these novels were actually first serialized in either the Times of Lagos or the Guardian. The Cordelia was first serialized in the Guardian. Wuraola Forever was first serialized in the Guardian. Pirates of Heart was first serialized, or Pirates was published, was first serialized also in the Guardian. And then we also have the plays and novels written for children like Maami. Maami also first serialized and it's been made into a film by Tunde Kelani as Maami. Although if you are looking for Osofisan's touch, you won't find it in Tunde Kelani's touch. It's been changed, you know, filmic license and all the rest of it. And of course, making children is fun. So, and there's so many books and of essays in books, essays in journals, edited books, translation works, which is what is doing most now, monographs and biography. And of course, so many people have responded to Osofisan's work. And one of the first responses was by Chris Dunton in 1992. It was in a collection of other responses. So other Nigerian writers like Teso Weme, Wale Ogunyemi, Olarutimi, Make Man Talk Through Nigerian Drama in English since 1970. And I was privileged to be a researcher on that project. There was also Tejumola Olaniyan's Scars of Conquest. We lost Tejumola about a year plus ago also. I'm sure he would have wanted to be here because we discussed about 2 years ago about this 75th and it was keen to be involved in it. Fortunately, the gods say otherwise. Then there are the 3 books by Muyiwa Awodiya, the drama of Femi Osofisan, and the interpretive essays 1 and 2. And Sandra Richards' Ancient Songs Set Ablaze, the theater of Femi Osofisan, which many people actually thought was the first response to Osofisan's work, mainly because it was published in America, but you know, which is the American factor, but it is not. It's actually about the 6th or 7th critical work on Osofisan. Then we have Victor Duga's work in Bayreuth, which were later published as creolizations in Nigerian theater. Then the collection we all put together for his 60th in 2006. Yes, and of course, the other collection also in 2009, which was put together. Actually, that is the most voluminous work on Osofisan. If you need any work or any area, any aspect of his work, you look for the emerging perspectives of Femi Osofisan, edited by Tunde Akinyemi and Toyin Falola. And of course, in the past 3 years, works have been coming on in the revolutionary drama of theater and theater of Femi Osofisan came in 2008. Vision of Change, Femi Osofisan's dialectical radio of history and politics came in 2009. And subversive transitions, translation, orature, and multimodality, selected by Ifeoluwa Aboluwade, came last year. And this year, we're still expecting a collection of some of essays or some of his work. You know. So that's, so I've not bored you too much, but that is about this man we are celebrating today, about him, about his work. Of course, I've just mentioned probably maybe about 5% of what I should mention, but well, I won't say sad, I won't say unfortunate, but well, the fortunate thing really is that most of these materials are not in public domain. They're not online, they're not published, and that is one of the reasons that we're actually meeting today by conspirators, Grace Adinku, German, Tunji Aziz, and so on. We are actually in the process of compiling some of these other works that have not been published, and issuing them out. And this will come out of today's our plan. Right, so I'm going to pause here, even though I know that this is now the time that I should show the Philip Zapkins, but I noticed that so many people have joined while I was talking to myself. So I don't know if anybody wants to say a word or two before we listen to
we
Philip.
actually have the celebrant in the house. Professor Osofisan is here with us. Prof, you're welcome. Happy birthday to you. We have Debo Oluwatuminu.
Who's a playwright?
Yes, his favorite. Yes. Gabriel Oshoba. We have quite a number of people.
Oh, sorry, Grace to button. Debo Oluwatuminu was actually the first Aringede in Aringede and the Night Watchman.
Yeah. So yes, I think we can move on to the next on our agenda, the next item.
Okay, and that would be Philip Zapkin's review of yes, okay. I'll find it. Share screen. Oh yeah. Sorry, guys.
What's happening? Has your Twitter account been closed?
I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in Benin Republic.
Hello. So in this video, I'm going to talk to you about Femi Osofisan's play.
Oh, sorry, guys. To reintroduce Philip again, Philip Zapkin is an assistant professor of English at the Department of English at Pennsylvania State University. And here he's talking about Wesso Hamlet, the resurrection of Hamlet, a reading of Shakespeare's Hamlet by Femi Osofisan.
Hello. So in this video, I'm going to talk to you about Femi Osofisan's play Wisu Hamlet, or The Resurrection of Hamlet. So I've done a couple of other videos on plays by Osofisan, in which I established that he's one of my favorite playwrights, and that he is a master of adaptation. Wisu Hamlet is in that same vein. It's an adaptation, obviously, of Shakespeare's Hamlet, set in West Africa, set in Yoruba land in Nigeria, and specifically concerned with globalized economics. So Osofisan approaches this very directly, but he also, I argue, approaches it in an indirect way. So basically the story roughly follows the story of Hamlet, in that there is a prince, Leto, who comes back to Nigeria after studying abroad. His father has died. His uncle has taken over as king, or Oba, which is the Yoruba word for king. So his uncle has become the Oba, married his mother. Leto's girlfriend is rather alienated by Leto's political concerns and his inability basically to make any time for her whatsoever. But there's also a communal concern here, because the new Oba Ayibi, is a sort of venture capitalist who wants to start a tobacco factory in the town. And in a flashback, so the ghost of Leto's father, Oba Sayadero, comes to Leto and gives him this sort of extended vision of the conflict between Sayadero and his brother Aibi. So Leto gets a lot more information than Hamlet gets from the ghost of old Hamlet in the Shakespeare version. But we get this lengthy flashback where Oba Sayadero announces to Aibi that he is withdrawing permission to build this tobacco factory. He says, and the pollution that will follow. How many dollars will it cost to deal with it? What price shall we have to pay for the potential invalids? Listen, my dear brother, I know how painful it all must be, this decision that I've taken, but we cannot always put money before everything. We must think of the future of our people. And then a little further along, he says, I'd rather be poor, poorer even than a rat, than make money the way you do on the blood of your own people. Oh, I know it does not matter how many people die or what the rest have to endure, as long as your profit swells in the bank. So I think that's good enough. So this is the reason that Aibi kills Sayadero, is that Sayadero withdraws that permission to build that tobacco factory. So it is much more clearly an economic motive than we have in Shakespeare's Hamlet. Leto also makes the same accusations later on to his uncle, that he is enriching himself on the blood of their people, that he is basically a sort of running dog lackey for the global capitalists who are moving factories for things like tobacco out of the global north and into the global south as a way of sort of offshoring the environmental and public health costs. So, I mean, in that sense, there is a very direct global economic concern here. But there's also an interesting globalized culture, or what I would call a cultural commonwealth, that Osofisan taps into in this. And I actually think he does this consistently across his adaptations of European plays. So I think we see this as well in Women of Owu, which I've done a video on, as well as Jigoni, which is an adaptation of Antigone. The idea that different cultural elements, different cultural texts, different cultural forces can be effectively blended together, I think is really, really central to Osofisan's work. So I want to share with you this bit from the prologue, because we get this very directly right from the beginning, this idea that cultures are interconnected, or can be interconnected. So the prologue begins with a dance of masks, which in Yoruba tradition and in West African tradition represents different spirits, different deities. So into this dance of masks comes the messenger who makes this announcement. He says, right now a situation is brewing somewhere in Yoruba land which echoes another one of many centuries ago. A drama that you, Shakespeare, are you there? So he is actually he's picking out one of the masks as the spirit of Shakespeare. Yes, the story that you once put in a play that has become famous. Orunmila, and that's a Yoruba deity, of the afterlife, I believe, has decided that some of you who were prominent in that earlier drama should return now to participate again in its recurrence in Yoruba land, in the hope that the tragedy that is about to break may be averted. So as I call you out now, you will go and prepare to regain your former human form, but I warn you, this time as Africans, the same color of skin as your host. He consults his tablet as he calls out, Hamlet, Claudius, Ophelia, masks step out. Please go with me now for further briefing. So this is a really interesting prologue. it's set in the Yoruba spirit world, the Yoruba concept of the afterlife. And we have here both Shakespeare, who was English, as well as Hamlet, Claudius, and Ophelia, who are A, fictional, and B, Danish. But they're all existing in this African afterlife, this Yoruba afterlife. And at the bidding of a Yoruba deity, they reassume human forms, this time as Africans. So this is one of the elements that we get of this sort of cultural interconnection that's really, really central to Osofisan's work. And I think we actually have a great sort of mission statement in this play about that. Because at one point, Leto and Tundun, who's the Ophelia character that he largely ignores, until she goes and she actually goes and burns down Aibi's factory, which is much more badass than Ophelia drowning herself. But Leto says, Tundun, the challenge is for us, for the youths of my generation, but unfortunately we do not have the answers here. To find them, we must travel out to learn from others, from those who started earlier than us. So this is, I think, again, specifically in reference to ways of navigating global capitalism, because that's the only way I can make sense of the idea of those who started earlier than them, because of, obviously, European and North American industrialization started before this, which is set in the 1970s, I think. So there is that element, but there's also that element of we have to learn from other cultures. And for me, the implication here is also other cultures should be learning from us. So not just we Africans or we Nigerians should be taking lessons from Europeans. Also, Europeans should be learning from our experience. However, even though Osofisan is encouraging intercultural learning, he's very clear that this should be critical learning, that Africans should be taking positive lessons, and they should be skeptical, they should be critical, they should be aware of the failures of European and North American industrialization, and vice versa, that we in the US, Canada, Europe, wherever it is, that we should also be thinking critically about what we can draw from African cultures, from other cultures, indigenous cultures, Latin American cultures, East Asian cultures, Middle Eastern cultures, whatever it is. And part of the reason that we get that, or part of the way in which we get that caveat, is that Claudius sabotages the plan. So Orunmila has sent Hamlet, Claudius, and Ophelia back to Yorubaland to try and prevent the bloody slaughter that ends Shakespeare's Hamlet. Hamlet and Ophelia have attempted to do that. So they've come up with a plan whereby Oba Aibi can be defeated by Leto without everyone having to die. The problem is, Claudius comes up with his own plan. And when Hamlet asks why he's doing this, why he's betrayed their plan to Aibi so that Aibi can kill Leto, Claudius says, I'll tell you, because I need to redeem myself. All these centuries that I've borne the opprobrium of men, how do you think I feel? Each time they told our story, who was always the villain, always the scoundrel, always the evil one? Claudius. Yes, me. Such a long and painful burden of shame. How do you think I've felt? But you were the heroes, Hamlet, Ophelia. You were the ones everyone sought to be, the ones remembered with affection. But Claudius? Claudius. Well, now at last all that's going to change. The history books will be rewritten. The fable will reconstruct itself. This time one person alone will be left standing among all the corpses, and it'll be me. Me, my reincarnated self. Me to bury you all and establish my own glory at last. So, and then Ophelia gives us, this I think is another really important sort of one-off line. Ophelia says, I've tried my best, I know, if only men would not insist on repeating our errors. So we've got here this threatening component of European experience alongside the beneficial components. So Hamlet and Ophelia attempt to prevent everyone from dying, but Claudius ensures that the cycle will repeat itself. He reestablishes the conflict that does eventually kill pretty much everybody in We Sue Hamlet. So, for me, the message, the upshot of We Sue Hamlet is that when one culture or one nation, one economy, whatever it is taking from others, is learning from others, is developing along the lines that others have previously done, they need to be very cautious, and they need to be very careful, because A, they can repeat the same mistakes that the previous culture has done, and B, that there's always a danger when you take from others that you will lose the distinctiveness of your own experience, that your experience will be overwritten by the previous group or the previous culture's experience. So Claudius is able to reimpose the Hamlet story, even though that's not his intention officially, to the detriment of the Nigerians who Urunmila has attempted to save.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Right, that was so you could hear some noise in the background while that was going on. Sorry about that. That was Philip's daughter, not anybody among us. And of course, he couldn't record it. We all know how this, and we all have children, we all have parents, and we said to leave it in as well. The daughter also saying happy birthday to Femi Osofisan. Now I know this is about the time. Maybe this is where I should stampede some people here now before actually ending up. I can see here Baba Jebu, Akimaderi, Professor Osofisan's son. I can see Adebola Ojo, Osofisan's daughter. Maybe they want to say a word or two on this day of their father, Akin. He doesn't like being stampeded, but it's there. Well, I'll try and get him later. Grace, I can hand over to you now.
Yes, Akin is here. Hi, Akin.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you all hear me?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just popping in and out from work, so that's why my camera is off. What can I say? I'll just say, happy birthday, Daddy. You mean so much to us, and we're grateful that we're not the only ones that get to call you Daddy. You're the daddy of so many people. As people have been sort of testifying to this on this call, continue to be you, we hope you continue to age with grace, and we'll be opening up a bottle of red later to continue this celebration. All right, bye-bye.
Thanks,
Thank
Aki.
you. Aki. Yeah, shall I go ahead?
Oh well, I just wanted to recognize some of the people we have here. We have the Sonta Society of Nigerian Theatre Artists President, Professor Alex Azigbo. We have Professor Duroni, former Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos. You've mentioned Debo Oluwatuminu. We have Edmond Enaibe, one of our fathers in theater in Nigeria. We have Gabriel Oshoba. We have Jama Anikulapo. I nearly said Anikulapo Kuti. Sorry, I didn't mean that. We have Dr. Ola Ifati-Meng, who is there all the way from North, and Professor Toyin Falola. We also have Professor Femi Osofisan's co-conspirator, Professor Olu Obafemi, who I'm going to stampede in 30 seconds to say one or two words. But before that, I also want to recognize Oluwafiropo Ewenla, Professor Olalere Oladitan, Professor Jelil Ujuade, the Area Lasa of Ifetedo, and Dr. Wale Okediron, the General Secretary of Pan-African Writers Association. So those are the people that I just noticed. So if I may call on Professor Olu Obafemi to say one or two words, it was I wouldn't say accused, but it was chastising me this morning for not letting him know that he should, we are doing a video tribute, and he had wanted to do that, but maybe I can use this opportunity to redeem myself. Professor Bafemi.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the stampede. You are used to it. Well, I think I just like to add my voice to the many great voices that are celebrating Professor Femi Osofisan today at 75. He's a great friend of mine. I just sent a few words this morning saying that he has also emerged as one of Africa's literary patriarchs who has nurtured and nourished so many minds, so many literary minds, in such a way that he will not go yet, but there are people who he has trained in the arts who definitely will add to the growth of the humanities, to the growth of the arts, to the growth of literature. We have been friends since 1976, when I actually met him at the University of Ibadan, one of the African Literature Conferences, with a former teacher of mine, the late Kolawole Ogunbesan, who was actually his friend. Since then, of course, having done a lot of work on him and having exchanged a lot of ideas at difficult times in the history and life of our country, having come to interrogate our society in its many difficulties, travels, and many troublous experiences, we have shared a lot in trying to understand our society and trying to contribute with our work, our art, our creation, to the regeneration of our society. No doubt, he has also influenced a lot of what I have done, and I owe him also a lot of appreciation. A great man, a humanist, a great literary icon, one of the most prominent playwrights and theater persons in Nigeria, a cultural ambassador who has reinterpreted the African and Yoruba cosmogony to the world, who has, through his meta texts, brought great parallel and correspondent understanding of the Nigerian literary experience to the world, from Shakespeare to Sophocles, to Soyinka, to Clark, to the Russians, Gogol, to Fedeu. He has reopened the classics to the Nigerian experience in such a way that he also brought a lot of understanding of Nigerian art, Nigerian literature to the world. This is why I say the major cultural ambassador. He's a great creator and a great friend. I can go on and on, but I'm not the only one here. Only just to say thank you for being a great friend. Thank you for being a humanist. Thank you for being a great mentor of so many. And thank you for all that you have done for the arts. You have just started. There's still so much in your sinews, in your pen, that the world will benefit from. May this day be the beginning of greater days for you. Congratulations, Femi.
Thank you very much, Prof. Really appreciate that. At this point, I want to call on Chika.
Hello, Professor Femi. Uncle Femi will call you when to say happy birthday and congratulations. It's not often that we are opportunity to meet these great people. I suppose this is the advantage we had coming from the UI, where we met all the great people, Uncle Femi, you know all of them. Please, happy birthday. But most importantly, your work is actually now resonating with Nigeria. And I suppose anybody who has got any sense of critical imagination will know that you are a prophet and you espouse what many of us think about. And there's no other way to say you are a hero, you are a father, you are an uncle, because I call you uncle. All of you that have mentored us, nurtured us, brought us to wherever we are today in the world. You are the greatest heroes we've got, and we try to emulate your footprints in whatever way we can, even though it's almost like stand on the shadow of giants. But I have to say thank you. All your work, from the musical to the theatrical to the written, to the critical, they resonate exactly what Nigeria is going through today. And I think if anybody has any common sense, this is a giant, this is a prophet, this is a mentor, this is a father, this is an uncle, and most importantly, you are a theater artist. Congratulations and happy birthday, Uncle Femi. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, really appreciate that. I would like to call Professor Toyin Falola at this point. Prof. Professor Toyin Falola. Okay, if it's not here yet, I will call on Professor Duroni.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace. Well, today is indeed a great day for our mentor, our friend, our Oga at 75. If you look that I will be 69 in December, that clearly makes Professor Osofisan some 6.5 years older than I am. But for me, it feels like he's 16 and a half years older than I am, considering his achievements, his prodigious productivity in the theater. Now, I really can't remember. I tried to figure this out when Professor Osofisan turned 70, some 5 years ago. To understand the first time I actually met him. But I suspect that it was in the Arts Theater at the University of Ibadan at about 1975, when there was a rehearsal going on then of Wale Ogunyemi's The Divorce, which had Jimmy Solanke playing Mr. Somia Jao and Golda John playing Tayo. Professor Osofisan was putting an eye on the performance. And, I was just looking at the gangling gentleman, because when I left UI, he had not, in fact, come back from his trip. But let me say that Professor Osofisan's influence and impact in the Nigerian theater has spanned several universities. He's been in Ife, he's been in Benin, and then his home base of Ibadan. And of course, his influence in Lagos, both at the University of Lagos and also, of course, at the National Theatre. On a personal note, when I decided at sometimes a little late age to go and register for a PhD, which eventually became MPhil PhD, it was Professor Osofisan that was the head of department at the University of Ibadan. And the way and manner in which he welcomed me, to Ibadan was such great encouragement. It can be quite a bit traumatic sometimes when, after you've been in certain positions, I'd been director of the University of Lagos Center for Cultural Studies on a professorial salary. And then you find yourself carrying files and notebooks and going around students' PG school for registration and all of that. But Professor Femi Osofisan made this so easy for me as the then head of department of the theater arts at the University of Ibadan. And he and Uncle D, Professor Dakwadeluba, both stood solidly behind me throughout the period that I was able to complete the program in record time. After 3 years, I had actually submitted the thesis, and I then spent the last year waiting for it to be examined. But I really must thank 3 people for that feat. One, of course, is Professor Osofisan. The other is Professor Dakwadeluba. And then, of course, the last person that spoke, Professor Olu Obafemi. And I had the supervisor, but between Professor Osofisan and Professor Olu Obafemi, they were my 2 unofficial PhD supervisors. I bounced all the ideas around them. They looked at the work that I was doing. So by the time I got to my actual supervisor, the work, in fact, had been done. And of course, some time ago, from 2000 to 2004, I also had the privilege, along with Professor Osofisan, that fate threw both of us together at the National Theatre. He as the General Manager, Chief Executive of the National Theatre, and I as the Director and Chief Executive of CBAC, the Center for Black and African Arts. Those 4 years were the closest for both of us because, we ate lunch together. We traveled frequently together. We went to Ibadan, we went to Ife, and then we had trips abroad as chief executives. And of course, there were like 100 trips to Abuja in that 4-year period. They always called the meeting Sometimes they will call the meeting and you'll get to Abuja, only for them to have canceled the meeting. And the GSM wasn't available, in the early days then. So we just traveled, and then you get to the ministry and they say, oh, the meeting has been postponed. I said, didn't someone have the sense to let us know that we were not to come for a meeting? Of course, Professor Osofisan has always been a great mentor, a great friend. I'm like a part of his family. And of course, we shared very many great moments at the staff clubs of Ibadan and the University of Lagos. That was usually our meeting point. And of course, Professor Oluwabafemi he was also the chairman of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments at that time. So we all had this great time together over that period. Of course, Professor Osofisan has published so much, both in terms of place and in terms of his academic, output. Only recently, he gave a lecture at the Nigerian Academy of Letters, the annual lecture. In fact, for some of us, even figuring out the title of the lecture was quite a task, until when, of course, he then went into the lecture. Well, we salute the master playwright and the theater craftsman who fashions the scripts in realizable modules, but sufficiently challenges members of the cast and the design and production team. His plays are said to be the most popular for performances in universities across Nigeria. That's because they are so well crafted, and they challenge not only the actors, the musicians, the singers, as well as the design and technical teams of this production. So we wish you the very best, Professor Femi Osofisan, and sometime we are still waiting for that Nobel Prize for literature that would certainly come. Thank you very much, Dr. Shola Jemi and Dr. Grace Adiku, for the time. I hope I didn't overshoot my time. Thank you, and God bless you all, and God bless Professor Femi Osofisan, Professor Nike Osofisan, and all the Osofisans. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. On this note, I will call on Professor Dan Dura. He already gave us a brief message, but I think that we can have him one more time because at that time we didn't have a full house. So over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Jane. I had actually given a message on behalf of the president of the International Association of Theatre Critics, Professor Jeffrey Jenkins, who indeed asked me to express the joy of the entire family of the IATC UNESCO joining every one of us to celebrate this great African and indeed a great Talia laureate, one who is one of the windows to the works in terms of body of works of African literature and drama to most members of the Association of Theatre Critics. The president has requested that I send in an apology because of the time difference. So many of our members might be joining in at the later stage of our celebration here. But simply to say that we do appreciate the work that Professor Osofisan has continued to do, particularly his services as member of the editorial board of our globally acknowledged and recognized web journal, the Critical Status. He also has always provided, as we give testimonies here, leadership in situations where he attended our functions. He's always a pleasure to be with. And indeed, the entire family of IATC is happy to be associated with this great literary icon. And we wish him many more years of celebrations like this. And we look forward to hosting even bigger events on a face-to-face basis where we can exchange ideas about his works. Congratulations, Prof. We are very proud of you. And we also look forward to seeing you at our next event as we resume face-to-face meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Now I will call on Professor Olalere Oladiton. Professor Oladiton, please. Okay, while we wait for him, I will call on Professor Alex Asibo. Professor Alex Asibo. Right, I'm moving on to Professor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Alex Asibo. How are you?
Chris, how are you? Well, I bring good wishes from Society of Nigeria Theatre Artists on this day of the 75th birthday of our mentor, our teacher, a proper bulwark of African drama, Professor Femi Osofisan. I want to say that what is happening today is enough testimony of the influence and mentorship of Professor Osofisan. So for us, it's just to keep praying to God to keep him alive and in good health so that he will continue mentoring us. He will continue through his works to talk to the Nigerian public, to talk to humanity on the need for us to imbibe ennobling characters. Of course, every day, there is hardly any day in Nigerian universities that one of Osofisan's works is not going on stage. Indeed, today I just assigned my 300 level students to go and do Twango Twango. So his influence has remained timeless, and I know that it will keep on being that way. I want to join millions of his admirers all over the world to wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, please, can you hear me now?
Yes, please, Professor Olalere.
Yes. Well, I start by congratulating all of us for witnessing today. And we want to thank those who have thought it fit to organize this. I want to say that I'm grateful to Femi himself because he sent me the invitation personally to this event. And this gives me the opportunity to remind us of the French background of Femi Osofisan. This is almost being forgotten now, but he had his first degree there, and we were supervised, himself and myself, by that first French professor professor of French in Nigeria, Professor Abiola Irele, and I came after Femi Osofisan as the second to be supervised by him for the PhD. And since our years under Irele, he had been encouraging me and poetry. He had started writing as Okimbalanko in poetry when he encouraged me, and of my 5 or 6 volumes of poetry, I don't know which one he doesn't know, because many times he would draw my attention to critical comments on my works, and I would have to, get in touch with others doing such studies on my output. Femi Osofisan is a dedicated friend. In fact, I was close to him and the family when I was still at in Ibadan. But since 1974, 75, I've been in Ife, and I retired in 1971. He's been steady as a friend, as an encourager, and even when I started working fervently on a legal study of literature, particularly theater and copyright generally. He was one of those who patiently followed my steps and gave advice. And we've been meeting at various points, discussing our common areas of interest. Now, Professor Osofisan is also very good at relating to people of any age, of any status. If you think of those in French, the old ones, like Nweze, like Shola, both of them already dead, he was able to relate with them. And I remember Professor Shola was part of the team that interviewed Femi Osofisan and myself for appointment in Ife. But Femi didn't take up the appointment in the department, but went to drama. But he never left the French studies. Till today, he's a close friend to the director of the Nigeria French Village in Badagry. And many of us still get him to take active part in activities related to French studies. I think for his output, he is wonderful. He is really, really wonderful. He goes into, from all the review of the bibliography that we have listened to, we know he has covered so much ground that, but for what eminent jurist Akin Laguda says, the reward for hard work is more hard work. And that is why he is ever, ever, ever productive, because he has laid the background for so many areas of study. May he continue to grow stronger and stronger. One of these days, as somebody just said, we may have another Nobel laureate. Congratulations, Femi.
So where should go, sir? Thank you very much, sir. I would like to call on Professor Jalil Ojuade if he's in the house. I think I see him. Yes. Professor Ojuade.
Arialasa. Good morning, everyone in here. Well, let me quickly thank the organizers of this webinar for our Professor Shola and Grace. Thank you very much for this. I think I would have been here, but probably we have to look for a convenient time to really have opportunity of having physical celebration of Professor Femi Osofisan. I remember vividly, I grew up with him at the age of probably 5, because I was always following my dad wherever he goes, when there is any platform. He was very I see a lot of inspirations gushing out of Professor Femi Osofisan, and I was lucky when I got to University of Ilorin as an undergraduate. Each time he comes around, I tap easily from him, because what we were trying to study in the universities is already flowing in his blood. So I love his simplicity, and he's always ready. Whenever you call upon him at short notices, Professor Osofisan is always there to assist us. I'm not going to talk too much, but on behalf of the Sonta family and the Association of Dance Scholars and Practitioners of Nigeria, which you have assisted severally, I wish you long life. I wish you good health. And I've been thinking maybe we'll have to work with Shola and other people, that the way we are looking at our fathers growing up is not looking that age, but probably we should try to set up performance hub so that we can get a lot from them. The performance hub will give us the opportunity of housing them and look into a practical world, creative world, and gain a lot from them. Thank you very much and happy birthday, sir.
Thank you, Professor Jalil. Now I would like to call on Professor Maybell. I see she is in the house, and already I'm beginning to feel this gender inequality going on. All the men have been speaking, so I want to balance it a little bit. So Professor Maybell.
Good morning, my dear sister Grace. This morning I hummed a tune, an old tune. Awade, awade, ogere oloye, awa made omo Osofisan, awade oe. And I laughed. I didn't know you were going to call me to speak. So we, the offspring, grand offspring, great grand offspring of Professor Femi Osofisan, wish him long life and prosperity. Happy birthday to you, Baba Okimba Launko. I know that once upon a time, I tried to do an ideological analysis of the name of Okimba for a Marxist, for a world-acclaimed Marxist writer to adopt. I don't think you can be in the court of any Oba as an Okin. You are an independent Okin. You have Launko, you have sang, you have chanted, you have spoken, you have talked, you have written. And I believe that those plays will forever, have concepts that would guide the young and the old in their critical, adventure. Professor Osofisan, as many have said here today, is a very simple man. He's also a kind man. But I think I should let the world know that during my master's, as a very poor indigent student, my mother couldn't afford postgraduate accommodation for me. And I had finished the master's and was about to go and register for the PhD. So the issue was accommodation. And I'm mixing up facts. It was master's because I recall that Ediri Adeda, now Ediri Uto, and I stayed in Professor Osofisan's boys' quarters. The reason was because of, having been taught by Prof at Uniben. Mine was as a result of indigence, and so I was taken in. Secondly, every Sunday, Mommy Prof Osofisan would invite us over for a meal, and it was usually pounded yam with different soups, and that always meant that I didn't have to, spend money for food. They were like parents to us. And then thirdly, through Professor Osofisan, Professor Mrs. Osofisan introduced me to computers. I had never touched one in my life. I had never used any, but she created an opening for us to have a vacation job at the Ibadan Polytechnic then. And so when I went to analyze Moron Todun and some other plays of his, you see some aspects of that kindness, that concern for humanity, that, desire to uplift people from the depths of poverty, depths of despair, depths of obscurity, being reflected in his characters, whether major or minor. And usually, being an acclaimed male feminist or a gender-centered dramatist, one would, tag him at this event as a humanist dramatist with such ideological depth for the issues that affect humanity. And we know that, humanly speaking, he can't do all. And so his talents at poetry, drama, fiction have helped to expand these innate qualities in him to a very, high pedestal, that the world cannot but notice this playwright from Nigeria who is so human-centered, to preach change, to preach, love, to preach empathy. All his plays highlight this empathy. And so I am privileged to have known you. I'm privileged to have been mentored by you. I'm privileged to look back to my teachers in UI and mention you as one of the many without whom I won't be where I am today, without whom I, Mabel Eweroma, won't, have that, skill that is, growing, improving daily. Sir, the Lord bless you, the Lord keep you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We really
The
appreciate
Lord
that.
enable your writings to be more known and better known in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Prof. I would like to call on Fred Ohora. He was Prof's, I think he was an editor. He was one that editing in the Guardian at the time.
Yeah. Good morning, ma.
Good morning,
And good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me correct my surname. It's difficult for people to pronounce. It is Ohwahwa.
Ohwahwa.
Yes. Secondly, let me say a big congratulations to Prof for attaining 75 years in a country where the average life of a man is 55. To overtake that by 20 years is a great achievement, not only by your effort, but by God's grace. So congratulations, Prof. And let me also now put on record that I think I'm one of the most illiterate person on this platform right now. I have had so many professors speaking and so on, and with people like me with barely a degree and a master, just barely. So we are not even qualified to speak. But as a reporter, we are not really afraid of any forum. So we jump into any forum. We try to get into there and be relevant. So thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to speak. My first physical encounter with Prof was in 1983. I was doing my internship in the Guardian, and it was one of the first set of people who came around to give the Guardian the color, the prestige, the brand that it was trying to promote then. It was in the editorial board, and I was on the features desk with Mr. Teddy Were. I was from Unilag. I was a student, but I was like a full-time staff. And when I usually saw Prof, I usually saw him and others, people like Shiwezu, people like Stanley McCable. I saw them as gods, real gods, so not just a fake gods, real ones, who I looked at from a distance and I tried to say, let me emulate them. Unfortunately, 40 years after I wasn't able to emulate them, I cannot claim by any way that I'm near their level of accomplishment. But we appreciate his accomplishment. We appreciate what he has done. And I cannot speak like many of the people here because many people here, they're either authors or they're literary critics or so on. I'm neither of the above. I'm just a member of the supporters club of literature. I consume anything consumable, especially with Nigerian literature. So I'm one of the supporters. I'm one of the supporters of all those who are in this group. And people like Jama will tell you that I have an abiding interest in the literary work. So, Prof, we say thank you very much for your relevance to us, for your relevance to humanity. And we also thank God on your behalf for being alive and being well at this age. And may the good Lord keep you with us for many more years to come. And may we be well with you and your family. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If Mr. Wale Okediran can do us the honors, it's your turn, sir, to say a few words to Professor Osofisan.
Thank you, and good morning to you all, particularly the organizers. I want to appreciate your effort in putting this together. I'm greeting all of you from Accra, Ghana, the headquarters of the Pan-African Writers Association, where Professor Osofisan was the vice president for West Africa for many years. And it was when he retired from office that he made it possible for me to come over here as the Secretary General. And since my arrival here, I've been building on all that he and the former Secretary General, Professor Atiku Okai, put together as foundation for power. A lot have been said about Professor Osofisan, and I don't want to repeat all that has been said, but to say that beyond Nigeria, Professor Osofisan has established himself as a great academic and a mentor to many, many of us. As a medical doctor, when I decided to go into writing, I was a bit worried that I would not be welcome into the circle of writers and artists. But to my surprise, when Professor Osofisan saw me, he instantly took to me. And I recall that my first ANA convention in Calabar, Professor Osofisan had me to take over an elective position. And from there, he nurtured me until I became General Secretary of ANA, and then I became the national president. And people were wondering how a medical doctor could become the national president of an association of writers. And now I'm on the continental level at the Secretary General of the Pan-African Writers Association, again, through the hands of Professor Osofisan. And people will keep thinking that I'm a genius, that I planned everything right from the beginning, not knowing that behind me was a big masquerade. Professor Osofisan, I want to thank you immensely for this opportunity. And I want to wish you and the family. And I want to also thank the wife, Professor Ms. Osofisan, who many people will not know, has been a very, Professor Osofisan will always appear as if he knows everything. But those of us who know that, we know that Madame knows more than Prof. She's the one telling him what to do. So I want to thank her and the children. I wish all of us a wonderful celebration. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to call on Gabriel, Gabriel Oshoba. Okay. What about Odutola?
Well,
Ifeanyi Chukwu is in.
Well, I have unmuted myself. I was not, though I was not expecting to be called, but let me, I really, Professor Osofisan will never know this, but the truth of the matter is that by the time I got to University of Benin, he came in to reset and recalibrate the theater department. And I think he came in 81. And by the time he had thoroughly dealt with me, I missed a lot of my botany classes. I would leave there and go and watch whatever play that was on. I mean, it was almost a crime not to be seen at the auditorium when all these plays were being staged. Godi Onosa said they could also, they would know that I was one of the constant members. And by the time I had finished the University of Benin in 1984, Professor Osofisan also decided to just go back to Ibadan. And it was like he just to help me rethink what to do. So as soon as I finished my botany degree, I became a street photographer like a lot of people know. I was doing 4 for 10 naira. And that was how I survived Lagos for a while.
Speak for yourself.
It was 4 copies for 10 naira. That was how I survived Lagos at that time. And I'm sure there are a number of people here who I took photographs of and never paid me, but that's a story for another day. That's a story for another day. And then I went to work at Nest in Ibadan, and I would go to the theater, and I was pretending as if I understood what was happening on stage. Then I would write, mention any of the plays. Most of those plays between 81 and 84, I saw. And the one that blew my mind really was the rehearsal of Oriki of a Grasshopper. That was the very first time I saw Ohi Alegbe, and it was a reading. They had the script with them. I had never seen anything like that before. Of course, I should have been in the lab, taking care of my experiments. Experiments didn't mean anything to me anymore. I mean, Professor Osofisan was having a reading, and it was this outside campus. And if you wanted to torture me, just make sure that when Mami or any of those series that he did on Sundays, in Sunday Times, make sure that you prevent me from getting a copy of that. I thought, man, how can, like Fred said, how can a God live amongst us this way? I mean, every time I saw him, I always just, because one of the things that really, not really surprised me, that when I see him, it's like, how does this man put all these things together? If only I could just walk up to him and he tells me what he eats, maybe I can go and start eating such things. Because while I was in science, I was told that an apple fell on Isaac Newton and it reset his brain. You will never know how many times I sat under a tree, hoping that something would just fall on my head. It fell on my head, and that's why it is flat. People call it the flat head. All because I was constantly looking for that inspiration. But for Professor Osofisan, I was not really sure what he was eating or what he was drinking, because we never even saw him. I mean, those of us who were looking from a distance, we never saw him eat. I never had an opportunity to eat, but if I did, as a photographer, I would have taken the photograph and then start to eat such things. But and then his poetry, there's one in which I have used so many. I just like the idea, the way it comes. It says, take your dream to the end of the street and take the street to the end of your dream. The day I read it, I just jumped up that, wow, how did all of this come together? And it made a lot of sense. And everywhere anytime I want to sound intelligent in the company of writers, I will just use a parody of it.
And I remember writing something for Professor Falola, and I was saying, why would anybody not remember that this man is called UFO, Uncle Femi Osofisan? And I would want to thank you very much for the service. And sometimes I go back to some of the things you write, and I just wonder, does this man feel as frustrated as the rest of us? A man who has tried everything. I was listening to one of his interviews that all he was doing was to conscientize his people. Unfortunately, Nigerians seem to be beyond conscientization, beyond education. But at least when I look right, I see some fruits. I see people like Dr. Shola Adeyemi, and I see the work he's doing with the documentation of everything that Prof has done. And I say to myself, and then when you also read what Professor Dr. Adeyemi writes, you would know that this is one of those people that have actually drank deep from the fountain of UFO. And I want to say happy birthday, sir. Thank you for everything you've done. All those wonderful productions, even the adaptations. Right here at the University of Florida, we've had to, we had a workshop on Shakespeare, and one of your works also featured in it. And in our class, we also use that section where you talk about Aroko and all the ways Yorubas send messages. It's something that is so deep in communication. What else can anybody say that has not been said? I just want to say thank you very much for everything, and I wish you happy birthday, long life, and prosperity. You know, I know it might sound strange to a lot of people, but I know sooner than later, Professor Osofisan will buy a private jet. Somebody say amen, and somebody say hallelujah. Thank you very much.
That I do not know. Private jet, Prof.
We will not say amen to that. No, man, we will not say amen to that.
Okay. All right.
Amen, but it will come to pass, and all of you will be begging for a ride. Prof, please, all those people, please don't give them, give me ride first, you know. But I know it will happen.
The prof that I know would rather use that money to go and make more books and put more kids in school. Anyway,
exactly.
Let's move on. I see one hand up, but the name is 11 something. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself and speak quickly before I move on to the list that I have here.
All right, Auntie Grace, my name is Taiwo.
Oh, you are not serious. That is a very nice one. So this is Taiwo Ibukunle, one of Prof's very own
great-grandchildren.
Yes, grandchildren.
Yeah, probably I'm one of the youngest in the house right now. I am so happy to be here. And on behalf of NANTAP, Oyo State, which I'm the chairman, I wish Prof a happy birthday, long life and prosperity. I just want to quickly say this. I met Prof around 1996, University of Ibadan, when I gained admission. And the closest thing I've ever had with him then was when we went to Obokun for UNICEF project. I remember vividly that it was actually very difficult for me to get onto that team because I was chuckled out by someone. But Prof just asked, who amongst you here is not yet in the team? I couldn't raise up my hand because of the person involved. And he just looked at my face. Taiwo, what about you? I said, yes. I said, you couldn't raise up your hand. And I must say that I earned my first money through Prof, because after that event, we came back to Ibadan and they called each and every one of us to his house and they gave us a very large envelope that I've never collected in my life. I thank you so much, Daddy. God bless you. God bless all your offspring. And we thank you so much for giving us great opportunity to drink from your river of knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Happy birthday once again. We love you and we'll continue to love you, sir.
Thank you very much, Taiwo. I would like to call on Femi Akintunde Johnson. Okay, while we wait, I will call on Angela.
Oh, hello, everyone. What an honor to be here. This was a bit of a surprise because I wasn't hoping to speak. Happy birthday, Prof. And I mean, Professor Osofisan. I happen to have been privileged enough to do 2 of your plays at UI, being The Midnight Hotel and Farewell to a Cannibal Rage. I think by the time I finished with Farewell to a Cannibal Rage, a lot of people didn't think I was normal because I'd been sent to Dugbe Market to do some character study. So as the play progressed and ran, it took me a while to get out of character. So I remember that very fondly, especially now as my children are no longer babies and I'm considering going back to theater. I remember thinking about those plays very, very fondly, and the fact that you made putting them on very easy for us. So you didn't have to think about the cost of productions and things. So you were the instrument really, primarily in the putting on of Professor Osofisan's play. So thank you very much for the opportunity, because it really did loosen me up. I came in not quite a novice because I'd been doing plays at NTA Benin and stuff like that, but not a theater production. So it really was good that I was able to loosen up and to try different things without any inhibitions. So thank you very, very much for that opportunity. Because I was able to go out in the open and I could do a play anywhere and not feel inhibited at all. So really, UI was a great place for me. And I thank you all for putting this on. What an honor, what a privilege to be able to just be here. I didn't plan to be here at all, but I had to be. So thank you all very, very much. And Shola Adeyemi, I will touch base with you this side of heaven. But any mother who I have 4, so my hands are very full,
Indeed.
but I will touch base with you. I have been meaning to, but just to acknowledge you and say, thank you very much. I have not forgotten. I will touch base with you. But really, Prof, kudos to you. Kudos to you, because I remember those plays, taking them to NUTAF when NUTAF was happening. And I really do pray that as Nigerian artists, that we'll be able to be the voice of the people and not be influenced by anything, be that cultural affiliations or affinities or faith affinities, but to just speak the truth as it is, even if we have to speak it in love. It's very important. We need it right now in our country. But thank you. Happy birthday. God bless you and keep your wife for us and your family. Thank you all very, very much for this opportunity. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Angela. I want to find out now if Mr. Tony Akinsho is still in the house, and also Tade Akinyemi. We're still waiting on Gabriel Oshoba if he's in the house.
Tony is in the house, speaking now.
This wasn't the plan. Good morning, everybody.
I can hear him before he started speaking.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
This wasn't the plan. As Fred Owawa said, I'm not exactly one of those people who get paid, every month to do these big things. I mean, professors and theater artists. I consider this a privilege. My I just have some very short um, memory thing to talk about. I mean, I'm not going to be doing anything. I remember that in 1982, all my classmates graduated in geology from Ife, and I had an extra year to spend. And the Guardian came um, out in February 1983, and that Sunday newspaper, a 32-page newspaper, had a particularly interesting article titled "Last Night the DJ Spoiled My Fun," and that was penned by Femi Osofisan, February 27, 1983, I think. And so I grabbed this newspaper, outside Fajui, ran off to my room and read that piece. And what excited me was that flow of the language. And what basically was saying, which is some position that has been completely reversed now, was that every song that was played by the DJ at that party was a foreign, every record that the DJ put on the tongue on on throughout that party was either some, Jackson or Stevie Wonder or something. And he was wondering where the BLOs were, where the Shegun Bucknors were, at the level of pop, and where, the Orlando Wars were, where the Obeys were. But then that was the nature of the Nigerian music scene in 1983, of course. Run off, 38 years after, I mean, everything, fast forward 38 years after, everything has completely changed. But what's important is that that particular story was I mean, it was a very different way of writing an opinion piece. You write an entire story, and then about 2 or 3 paragraphs towards the end, you now start basically making the suggestions to the national economy or national cultural orientation that you want to make. Most opinion pieces that I know that are written in Nigeria start with the material head on. That's not usually a Femi Osofisan style. He would write a story, and basically what that does is that, the reader is being engaged, at the level of conversation. So he's not talking at you. And I struggled to write those kind of pieces. I mean, I still can't do it. But where I'm getting at is that it was those kind of pieces, because there are quite a number of them that he also did. Perhaps the film, I mean, one other article like that, where he was talking about if we're going to get out of the economic challenges of the 80s, maybe the film industry will take us out. And really, if you imagine that essentially those things have relatively happened, that will give you a sense of a dreamer dreaming and, voicing out his dreams, and, many years later, those things being fulfilled. Of course, all other things that ought to be fulfilled in the Nigerian environment never got fulfilled. But these things are important for those kind of things, because that led me to really wanting to write for the Guardian. In 1983, I was writing for Concord. I mean, out of school, from the university, I was writing for Concord and Punch and Co. But I started writing for the Guardian in June 1983, I was just about to leave the university. And, because of those kind of writings, and of course, I ended up working for The Guardian a year after in 1984. So, Prof, this is that story that I've never told before. I know that he's the country's most performed playwright. I know that his Minter Coins was the very first annual award. I know that we're all waiting whether the announcement for Nobel in November or something will be him. I know all of that, but I didn't want to say anything. I mean, other than the personal memory of somebody whose writings, led me to think that I could also write for the most important newspaper at the time, and who inspires many with the quality of art. By the time I came back to serve in Lagos, and there was all these ajo performances all over the place. The playwright that everybody was referencing was Osofisan. All of Fred Agbeegbe's plays were being patterned after that kind of consciousness raising ideas that Osofisan was professing. And when we set up the Committee for Relevant Art, the reason why we called it Committee for Relevant Art was that you couldn't, in 1991, be producing culture in Nigeria that is not relevant to you couldn't basically just produce beautiful pieces. And Femi Osofisan never just produced beautiful pieces. He produced consciousness raising pieces. So, Prof, happy birthday. God keep you. We'll be back here in 5 years' time to do 80, and then in 15 years after, we'll come and do 90, and then 25 years after, we'll come and do your 100. Congratulations, Prof. Well done, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. So, please, I would like to call on German. German has been here since morning, and I think it will be good for us to have him speak, say a few words about Prof. German. German. Okay, if he's not here, I will call on
Hello. I'm here. I am here. Oh.
All right.
Oh. I am here.
Over to you.
I am here. Oh.
All right. Please go on.
We can't hear you.
Is it me or who? You can't hear me.
You.
What about now?
Better.
Oh, okay. Well, I spoke earlier on, and I think it's unfair to speak after him because he's taking the air out of that. But I've had so many encounters with Professor Osofisan. Well, let me go to the one that I should say last. In fact, I mentioned earlier on that by November, during the Lagos Book and Art Festival, organized by Cora, which you just referenced. By the way, Cora was 30 on June 2nd. By November, when we'll be doing LABAV 23rd edition, Femi Osofisan will be celebrated. So don't be surprised if members of the Femi Osofisan Society, which is a very good move, as I would like to say. I think we should have a society for many of our icons in the arts. We will be celebrating Osofisan, and we would like the members of the Femi Osofisan Society to be part of that. I spoke about the encounters, so many of them, even as my teacher too. But two stand out for me. One was when we were producing Andorra. He named it Andorra, but in the production, the title was changed to Andorra Goes Kinshasa. And he had come to Lagos, just the next street to where I am now. where we have the African Theatre Culture Camp run by Gio Ogunbade and Ben Tomoloju. And I was the stage manager. And he came, can someone take this Professor Tuji away, who is just dancing all over the place? So he came around, and we were able to have a rehearsal for him. And in this rehearsal, what I noticed about the way Osofisan approaches his play was that virtually every character he has created looked like something that he had, like a sculptor. The way he was analyzing all the character of what we call a Bikila, who could be Kabila, all those different characters that were involved in the whole Congo crisis. The way he analyzed them showed that this was a dramatist who really think very deeply about those characters. So they are not just fleeting. Maybe that's why none of Osofisan's character ever gets to escape your memory. They tend to stay on even after the play had been staged. And as someone who writes about productions in the newspaper at times, this is one strength that I find in his plays. And I think it's one area of study that the scholars and critics need to focus on. Osofisan's characters, I've not really seen them being well distilled. Mabel did a bit of that. Professor Mabel Nwelioma did a bit of that. So the second encounter was, when they say a prophet does not have honor at all. I know Osofisan, I'm a student, I've related with him, I've done quite a lot of things with him. But the importance of Osofisan did not get to me until I went to Ghana, where he was producing Nkrumah. I sat down there and I saw who are not Nigerians. And you could see the editorial function I was performing. Like I sat down among these Ghanaians, and the way he was directing them, you could even see the joy on the faces of their teachers. I don't know if Grace was still in Ghana at that time when he did that. It was such a great moment for me that even it lifted my spirit, and it made me, I must have gotten extra bounce of Banku and Okra for that experience. I said 2 encounters, but the last one that I want to say, Osofisan as a person. Professor Oluobafemi was holding on information. There's something they both enjoy doing, which I've been privileged to join them in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria. I will not disclose it, but they are very generous when it comes to that particular thing. So please get them to come back to Lagos so that I can join them in that party again. But if you want me to reveal, I will reveal. But what Professor Osofisan did when we did his 70th, but I bought his place. I bought the whole set of his play, and he said, those plays, who were they for? And I want to put them in my library. He said, give them to your son. And he autographed for my Oluwaseun. And the boy, I just went to his room now, I saw where he stacked the book. I don't think he has read them, but now I'm going to get him to read them because we have to pass this on to our children. Thank you very much, Professor Osofisan. May you continue to be who you are. Because we know people like you who have risen to a certain level, and then they change. They change because our society changes them, because we live in this void where we're ruled by some people who just believe that they have to dehumanize us to make themselves relevant. But that is not you. And that is not the character of the people that are around you. People like Oluobafemi, all the friends I've known with you, Prof, they've been like that. Please keep your friends and keep your family. Keep them. Akin Osofisan spoke earlier on, and I was so impressed. I don't think I've ever met him. The way he spoke shows Omoluabi, Omobibire. Thank you very much, Prof, for being there with us. We're very lucky indeed to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you, German. Thank you so much. I think Femi Akintunde Johnson is here. Is the former reporter at Punch and Fame. If he is here, you can take the floor, sir. Shola? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I thought I would just watch in this pantheon. I shouldn't be talking. I'm very sorry that I'm called upon. Prof, like I think it was Fred that said it, or one other a reporter. It was like a god to us from school. I've always wanted to be a playwright. I'm still trying to, 40 years after. But we're usually enamored by works of people like Prof. And you see the quality of attention, the creativity and everything, we're awed mostly. So when I got the call, when I got the invite to be here today, I was excited. And I thought I would just come and felicitate him and thank God on his behalf. Prof, God will keep you strong, able, refreshing every year as you continue to age gracefully. Thank you for being there for us. Thank you for all the great works we have done. Happy celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are running out of time now, but I would like to quickly call on two people, Rocco Ewenla and then Professor Tunji Aziz. Please stand by. I can see your hand is up, even though you are late. We're going to find you anyway. But Rocco Ewenla, if you're in the house, please, Lord.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning from here in Nigeria. And Happy New Year to Professor Femi Osofisan. He's 75, but he's actually got the heart of somebody who's much younger than that. And I say this because in the last 10 or more years, I've had occasions to see him virtually every day, if not in the partner. He'll be in my office. He has in my office sometimes, and he comes around. And then at the club in the evening, I will be forever grateful for those occasional bottles of beer that he always buys for me. But most importantly, I remember when I was going to get a job in the University of Ibadan, I was required to provide references. He wrote me something glowing and called me his friend. This is the man I call father. But he doesn't just call me friend. He treats me like a friend. This appreciation I'm showing now is not just on behalf of myself as an individual. It goes back to the days when Tuji Aziz and I were running what we call a troupe we called Optimum Arts Consortium in Lagos then. I remember we did like 52 performances, if not more, of Eshu and the Vagabond Mistress over a period of 3 years. I'm just traveling all over the Southwest. And then also on behalf of Ibadan Players, which I run now from the University of Ibadan. We benefited immensely from his support. He's ever there, always ready to absorb, to lend a helping hand, to play the father, to play the friend. He's a beautiful soul to travel with. And I bless the day that my path crossed his. He has an open invitation for me and my friends to come to his house and just share a couple of drinks. I mean, of course, while talking or while singing. We've got, as we speak now, we've got quite a number of projects that we are still talking about. Since we have not even scratched the surface. His depth of creativity is unmatched. When I see myself as an artist today, prancing up and down the stage, I see a connection between what I look for, what is driving me, and what Prof has done. I'm an artist because because I see myself as a social engineer. And then I'm looking for an avenue through which I can reach out to as many people as possible. If you have to mount the rostrum to speak in the most eloquent Marxist terms, you'll find out that you will be reaching out to very few people. But I see so much of that Marx, so much of that socialism, so much of that needs to change the society through an effort of the people, made simple in the works of Professor Femi Osofisan. So it's a driving force. He has been a driving force long before I met him. And for a long time, he still will be. And I'm sure that there are others younger than us who will feel like this. I can see Koliade Utola requesting that I sing one of the songs. Now let me see which one I will do. By the way, one of the projects we are working on is trying to document the songs of the songs in the place of Femi Osofisan. Put them, record them in the studio, and put them on an app where students will not have to come all the way from wherever they are to talk to, to get Prof to sing the song for them. We are still on that.
Holly wants you to sing something from Midnight Hotel.
From Midnight Hotel. I'm not sure if I have anything from Midnight Hotel.
We bid you welcome to Midnight Hotel. Midnight Hotel.
We're going to have some of these songs when we share the tributes that we are working on right now. My editor is still busy working on it because up till this morning, Beautiful Nubia, I just sent his own piece. We spoke for a long time yesterday. Okay.
Can I give you one so that we can move on?
Everything just went off my head now.
Okay.
So
let's move on. Let's move on, Repo. Repo, don't worry. We will catch up with you later because we have.
Okay.
I see. I already said we're going to take Tunji, but I also realized that Edmond Enebe has been here. So I will quickly ask Tunji, please, Tunji, I know we still have a lot of time together with you later. Just take 2 minutes and say happy birthday to Prof briefly, all right? And then we'll go on to, we'll end this section with Edmond Enebe's tribute. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to say I'm sorry for coming in late. Today, we are presenting our students for practical examination. And one of the plays that will be staged tomorrow will be Osofisan's Many Colors, Make the Thunder King. So every year we make sure that one of his plays is performed at LASU. So that's what I've been running around for. That's why I came late. So very briefly, I would say that Prof is an amazing person. I met him in the early 90s as DASA president when I dragged him to Ife for an award. He's someone that has inspired so many, and especially me. So I felt that he's a man to be celebrated forever. He's been a father, he's been a mentor. I can't count how many times he has come to my aid when it comes to writing references, recommending me for this and that. He has really, really been there as a mentor, as a father, as a friend. In fact, I would say that his humility is one thing that some of us are learning from. We have to learn that humility from him. You are before an icon, you are before a father, a mentor, and you still feel so free as if you are with your peers. It's an amazing moment. I mean, it's an amazing feeling to be in his presence and feel and have no inhibition to say anything, to do anything. You know, that's something that I love. And I'm really happy that I met him. It's been a journey of almost 3 decades now, if not more than 3 decades. And every day I have reason to say, God, I thank you for bringing me close, making our paths cross. So I want to wish him a happy birthday, long life, in sound health. And how would I put it now? May he continue to inspire the world the way he's doing. So, Prof, thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tunji Aziz. So, last speak will be Professor Edmond Enaibe. Excuse me.
Me, Professor.
I
Grace.
don't give you Professor. I intentionally said. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this gathering of honoring one of our very best. I remember in the 90s, we used to hail Professor F.O. as the most prolific playwright in Nigeria because he was churning out those plays as if somebody was going to the bathroom to have a bath. And then by the time he comes out, he comes refreshed and looking new. That was F.O. in the 70s, in the 90s. But he still kept up his his flow and his creative flow of playwriting over the years. But my encounter personally with him was in 1980. Professor Osofisan was one of those who had a very close relationship with the University of Ife. And then he was invited to come and direct one of the convocation plays of that year. I think it was Morom to Doom. Professor Osofisan came, did his cast himself. He would come all the way from Ibadan. And then for each role, there was a double cast. And as young students and fresh theater enthusiasts, I was cast with one of the veteran actors. And then, of course, young, exciting students with a lot of exuberance, I dare say, we got ourselves to be crossing the paths of some of these veteran and experienced actors. But Femi Osofisan was level-headed, understood the fact that we were also ready to learn. And then he would come down and then he would not only tell you what to do, he would show you how to do it. And then what seemed difficult suddenly seemed very easy. That was how, he broke, I would say I got some of my very first theatrical bath in those days. Over the years, beyond academic reviews, beyond performing on the stage, beyond doing nearly all of Osofisan's plays before the in fact, I remember in 1982 when we went to Jos, we went with Femi Osofisan's Once Upon Four Robbers. And like somebody who rightly observed earlier today, his plays have become favorites in our Nigerian universities. It is not just now, it has been on since the 80s. Prof, we had opportunities of interacting while you were in Lagos as the general manager of the National Theatre, and we as NANTAP officials, we are able to also see how we were able to bring a synergy that worked for artists and the cultural sector. As you celebrate 75, we are very proud of you. And we are sure that God, who gave you all these 75 years to live, will give you another many more years to live in creativity. Enjoy your children. Go on to contribute to world cultural development. And may the fountain never dry so that we can always have to drink. Happy birthday, Prof. And God bless you always.
Thank you very much, Edmond. I know you are happy I called you a prof. Don't worry. We will see you. Anyway, thank you all, everyone, for this beautiful moments that we've all shared with Prof. At this point, we'll be moving on to our next item, which is the video viewing. We have a video viewing. I think that is the interview with Femi Osofisan at the Frello Universal Berlin 2015. I know in fact, I don't even know how to speak the German language, but I know I just killed that. And I know German is laughing in his mind at what she's saying. She's speaking in Delta language or in Chui. But whatever it is, you all have the idea. So Shola, please, over to you. We see the video.
Yeah.
You can play now and we have audio because
Thank
I
you.
don't know what your
Yeah.
computer.
Yeah, they were. Don't worry, my computer is uses it's an IBM computer from the 70s. I know, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you very much for moderating that section, and thank you very much for everybody who have spoken. And well, maybe just a little bit of plugging. Faj, Akintunde Johnson's book Reflections, which is on Nigerian film, a very compendium of Nigerian film industry, was launched yesterday. And if you haven't got it, you should look in all the usual places without mentioning any names. I'm not going to mention Amazon or whatever, but they're there. So you can. I got mine, and I spent the whole night. I haven't actually slept because once you start, you can't put it down. Just like reading an Osofisan play. You know. But now this is an interview which Femi Osofisan gave on his work and his inspiration. It was given at the Freie Universität in Berlin, Free University of Berlin in 2014. I'm going to share the screen again. And
my name is Femi Osofisan. I'm from Nigeria. And the name is Yoruba, one of the large ethnic groups from Nigeria, which is the same as Wole Soyinka's. So I'm a professor at the university. I'm now retired, but also a dramatist, playwright, theater director, actor, everything, because in our context at home, you have to do a bit of everything, and that's what we try to teach at the university in our department. Everybody being a kind of versatile theater artist, be able to do everything. You can design costumes, design the sets, apart from acting and dancing and so on, you know. So, I guess this is why I was invited here, because of my long experience in the theater. I've been doing this for over 30 years. You know, so.
When were you infected with theater? I know it's a large part of European culture anyway, but you know, the step to make theater for a living.
Well, the outside influence, you know, was very critical in this, because we, as you said, Yoruba society is is rich in dramatic presentations, all kinds of festivals, rituals, and so on. And then we went to school. The schools in Nigeria were started by the missionaries, by the British missionaries. And of course, the syllabus was more or less a colonial one, you know. So we were taught, you know, at first, we didn't even know that what we were doing in our own local communities was theater, because we were taught that that's not theater. Theater was Shakespeare, Bernard Shaw, Racine, and all this. This is written anyway. It has to be written text based theater, you know. And of course, I mean, you don't expect colonial people to teach you the kind of theater that will make you revolt against their power. So we were told that theater, art, literature is completely divorced from political life, from real life. Something you learned in schools, and it's mainly for entertainment and things like that. You know? So, and this is what we believed. Right through the universities, when I was studying, you know, I enjoyed drama, even though I wasn't studying drama, but I took part in plays. But it was mainly to amuse ourselves, to enjoy ourselves, but then I went for postgraduate studies in France, you see, in those early 70s, when, a lot of student agitation and so on was on. This had started in Dakar. When I was in Dakar, there was big students, some in which I was very much involved. So by the time I got to Paris, anyway, theater was very much a part of the political life. Particularly not the orthodox theater, but the experimental theaters going on, at the Cartoucherie and so on. So I came to see that, in fact, theater could have a more serious purpose. That it could be used, for social change, for correcting things and so on. In our context, developing country and so on, people who can talk, who can bring out the truth, who can, are very much needed. It's not that entertainment is not good. In fact, theater has to entertain to be theater at all. But entertainment is not the end. Entertainment should be used also for other ends. And this is where we then began to look at our own traditional theaters, at narratives, performance and so on. And you'll find that, in fact, in our tradition, that's what's always been, performance for enlightenment, for teaching values, for inculcating certain practices and so on. So that it was not true that theater was not political. It just depends on whose politics, which politics you are playing. So, and for us, I mean, for that generation of my contemporaries, most urgent work was development of the country. Independence had not brought much gains because we were left with the wrong leadership. So we had to teach people, what to do, give information, bring them, or show them what alternatives existed elsewhere. And you'll find that you can do this very well with the theater because it has an immediate impact on the audience. It's not like the theater in the West. Sometimes I look at the theater here, where the audience is so quiet, so until the end of the performance, then you have power. With us, the audience is very much involved, very much alive. As you're speaking, they're responding. So you can have much impact on the audience. And so most of my work has been done with this view to help my society out of its underdevelopment, and to help them cope with crisis and so on. Of course, then we had military regime for some 30 years, and so theater was always a dangerous activity, and you had to learn how to do this, which is various what I call a guerrilla theater, more or less, various ways of insurrection that will help you, keep you from being smashed, but at the same time, you are able to tell the truth that you want to tell, to expose the corruption that you want to issue and so on. So this has been my work throughout. Of course, the military regime ended, and we have what we call democracy. But we've all found that democracy is not what not the type of democracy we are practicing. So it means that the struggle has not ended. I mean, we've got to continue. As I said, you use a metaphor. And also you use a foreign play, so everybody thinks or at least the authorities think that this has nothing to do with Nigeria, but by your interpretation, you interpret it within the context of that of your country. So that's the kind of thing. Antigone, for instance, is it's a play that's been done many, many times, because it dramatizes that very issue about individual freedom and state law. We have to have laws, yes, and we have to have people who exercise those laws. But then what happens when those laws go against your conscience? What goes, particularly when those laws violate what you think should be the human rights, because laws are generalized. You can't make a law for each situation and so on. So what happens? Do you submit and just say, well, it's the law, and turn your eyes away when you know that this is wrong, it is not right? So what do? So Antigone helps us to dramatize that. So in very many different situations, many different countries, that story has been adapted again and again. So it seemed fitting in our own case at a particular time when we are faced with the military regime. This was a particular government that had been in place for 8 years, but kept itself in place by constantly promising to hold elections to go away, So and so, and yet I didn't want to go. Finally, it organized some elections, and just as the results were being announced, and there was a winner going to be pronounced, they canceled those elections. So a lot of violence began on the streets and so on. So I was invited to Atlanta at the time to come and do a play. And I was thinking of this Antigone. Even to get onto the airport was quite a drama in itself, because burning streets, people were in real revolt. And so, conceptualizing this play, came to that within that context of military rule, military regime, military resistance against military. So that's in the context in which I did that particular play. The kind of plays we do in Nigeria have to be substantially modified when you take them out, particularly out of a Black African context. We do go and do a play in Europe or in America, you're dealing with actors who are not like our own actors. Usually you say actor in Nigeria, as I said, the actor is supposed to be multi-talented. Actor, you assume already that he's a dancer, he's a singer, not just acting, just delivering speeches, but that's not the same thing here. You say an actor, and I found that unless I'm present when the audition is being done, you end up with problems. Because if you send the audition is done by somebody else, he's thinking of how to deliver the lines and so on, but not thinking of the other things that go along with it, the gestures and so on. That, and then to get the right music you want, it's always a problem. You need a certain type of drum, certain type of wind or instrument. You need certain tonalities which you don't find in the basic Western orchestra. So all that means that you have to do it again. I was lucky in Atlanta because, I just by coincidence, we discovered the drummer who had been working with me before, many years before, was now living there, so we could bring him, But then, you don't have time to teach the dances, So, besides, I found that, even in terms of the subject matter, okay, I was concerned about the issue of democracy and against a military government. Atlanta at the time was preparing for the Olympic Games. So, I mean, that's what was basic in their minds. And then Emory, performing at Emory campus, which is a high brow, in a city that is predominantly black, where, where you can't avoid the racial questions again. So it's not, so that decided the kind of location I would for the play, which I just the late 19th century, when the colonial government was still very strong in Nigeria too. So, so I mean, such things decide the kind of choices you make when you take this place around. Quite often when I get to the U.S., one of the first things I get is the pressure from the black actors who come, and say, yes, we are glad you are here. Now we can have a play that will give us dignity. We don't place that we have to act as housemaids or guards or something like that. We want, and because of that, I began to think that, well, maybe we should, in fact, try to write such plays. Quite a number of my plays, for instance, the Antigone that you talked about, I didn't want to do just an adaptation of Antigone's story into Yoruba land, which I did. But in the play, you find that Antigone herself comes into the play. The white and the old and comes into it, and there's dialogue. The same thing with my adaptation of Hamlet. Now it's easy, perhaps, for me to do that as a Yoruba playwright because we've got masks for reincarnated spirits, for dead people. They can come back, as masquerades. Egungun, that we call a special type of masquerade. So having Antigone come back, is just the same process of reincarnation that we have from time to time, playing masks, and then they interact with the living and go back. So we already have that. So for me, it's not a problem. So Hamlet also comes, and it relates with the living, with my own actors, with my own. I mean, we're dealing with make believe all the time. So I have plays for white actors and black actors, and now I have plays because I'm doing some Chinese. I've been going to China now for quite a number of years. So now I have plays also to interweave, if you like, Chinese and black actors and so on. And as I said, now I can't get the actors I want. It's becoming a problem. I don't want, except in extreme cases, black actors to act the white actors. I want white actors, and I want black actors, physically on stage. But not having the resources to be able to bring down the people and having less and less enthusiasm with the local embassies who used to bring these people down. It's becoming a problem for me to actually realize those plays, on stage. So I'm trying to get them done here, but it won't be exactly the same thing as I want. So this is the problem. In fact, I must say that my international work has kind of surprised me because when I started, I wasn't thinking of the international audience at all. I happen to believe that theater has direct relevance with the life of the country, of the society, of the community in which it is being shown. And I mean, my own idea is that theater will not be worth so much if it doesn't have a direct impact on what is going on in that particular community at the time. So my theater tends to deal with the social issues, political issues of my country at a particular time. So in the end, when I then began to get outside invitations, I was quite surprised, but it made me to see, as I've said later on, that the more local, the more particular a play is, perhaps the more universal it becomes, because then we see that we share, human beings share the same problems all over the place, whether in Africa or Asia. I mean, the intensity may be different, the agents may be different, but basically we have the same problems, trying to create happiness for the greatest number of people against certain few people who would like to exploit others for their own selfish gain. So after a while, I began to get invitations from people who came to Nigeria and saw this work. I began to get invitations to perform outside in the U.S. Mainly, I've been many places in the U.S., the U.K., in Asia, Sri Lanka, India, in other parts of Africa, of course, So this has been quite an interesting, dimension to my work. Increasingly, we live in a globalized world, and the collision of cultures is becoming more and more frequent. I mean, if we are not careful, though, we're all going to get swamped by a dominant culture, which is the American culture, and not just American culture, but American popular culture. And I think there's a concern all over the world about that, that unless we find a way of accentuating the contribution of other cultures, we may end up with a monoculture, a dead culture, more or less. And particularly with me as a Yoruba artist, I feel that very much. Already, even among my students, among the growing younger ones, who are getting more and more Americanized, and abandoning, in fact, sometimes they have no knowledge of the Yoruba culture of doing things. I get more worried about that. How do you, even just question of negotiating, how do we negotiate in our own culture? How do you address people? How do you, it's not the same all over the world. We have differences. So these things have to be taught. They have to be taught to the actors. And I have found that, in America, for example, the actors were quite willing to be taught very enthusiastic about this. So that helps, and even in Sri Lanka, I found the same thing, where the acting style, the acting strategy are totally different. So you have to change all that to get what you want. But you see, when we're talking of interweaving, it has to be a partnership. We are interweaving things, So I experienced this, as I said, in different ways. When I'm asked to adapt a foreign play to Nigerian culture, to Nigerian environment, yes, that's the first challenge. How do you do this? And without, because it depends on the commission. If the commission asks you to do, for example, I did the Women of Troy, they want to see Women of Troy. Okay, now how do you do that in a Yoruba context? So it's a different question than when I take a story and I say I want to interpret it in a Yoruba context. So I have all the freedom I want. I can, I adapt that to my own cultural practices. But when I'm asked by a theater, well, we want to do this kind of play, come and do a version, a Nigerian version, it's already compromised because it's a version of an existing play. So that even when I feel that in Yoruba land, the end will not be like that. It will probably differ as well. Well, I feel compromised that I have to do that. But you see, I find it inevitable. I mean, I don't find it as tragic. I just find it as, as we continue to move together, to interweave. At the center here, for instance, I've learned quite a number of things. Sometimes the assumptions we have about other people's cultures are totally wrong. Really wrong, and it's only at the center like this where international people come from all over the world are coming, and we at the various meetings we have, we hear discussions that you begin to learn what is going on, and I think that those of us from the developing world, have much more in common than with the developed world. A lot of things that we share, a lot of approaches and so on. So that's a good thing, I mean, to come to a place like this, to learn, to interact with other people.
Yes, that was that. Yeah, thank you very much for your patience. I'm sure this is where you probably want to take a break before we share this combobulation of a rookie patriot, which is a stage adaptation of Chinua Achebe's Man of the People, directed by Grace Adinku and Femi Osofisan in Ghana. So for the break, maybe just a musical break. Tunji Oyelano once said that if Femi Osofisan was not a playwright, he'd probably have his own high life band and would be one of the most popular band leaders in Africa. So I'll just play in out for us to take 2 or 3 minutes break. Just 5 minutes, everybody.
Another hits jam from WhiteBlood.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Right, this is where I do one of my escape things again, so I can hand over to Grace here. And she will introduce the play. She co-directed it. And I'm saying that she will introduce it because we really can't show the entire play because of the play we have at 2. Or maybe we'll come, but it's about 1 hour, 40 minutes. The discombobulation of a rookie patriot. If you can just give us a little bit of background to the play, Grace.
All right, Shola, you're always doing this, right? Thank you.
Always stampeding people.
Well, the play, as Shola rightly noted, was done with the Groma Theatre Company of the University of Ghana when I was there as a lecturer. And it was a project that the late Professor Atukwo Kain, I believe, and Power, decided to commission Prof to do at the time. And Prof at that time was in Germany. And I think he was there on some project that he was working on, and he needed someone to work with him on this project, and I was the one he chose to work with him, mostly because I have worked with him on several of his plays, and as we all rightly know, Prof always, like he mentioned in the interview, always like to work with specific, actors, in relation to the characters. And he also, most importantly, likes to be there to audition his actors, so that he knows the images that he has in his mind for those characters. And so when he's there physically to audition, he will be able to make right decisions for the actors that will take the part. So because he wasn't able to be there, he had to ask me to stand in. That's the way I put it, because I was still learning from him. And so I stood in and helped in carrying out the audition. One, because I am very familiar with the Baby Groma company then. I know most of the actors and I know their strengths. And he trusted my judgment, really. And again, in spite of the fact that I worked on the casting with him on ground, he was always in contact with me. We would do Skype, and I would show him pictures, and I would record sessions of the audition, and then we would all make the decision together. So yes, it was a good experience, and it was a beautiful experience for both the Ghanaian actors and myself and Prof. And unfortunately, Shola, you would be shocked to know that I didn't actually see the final production, because before the show was on stage, I had already moved to the US. The week
How did I get it then?
The week of the opening was the day I left. Was the period I left for the US, but I watched it. The stage manager recorded it and sent it to me. So yes, it's an honor. Thank you.
Right, here goes.
Around a bit. If you feel like I won't be far away, you can wave at me if you need anything.
Relax, Nex. I promise I won't stress him. I know he is not fully recovered yet.
Don't worry. I'll be good. Thank you.
So we will start now. Ready? Can you please give us your name, sir, and introduce yourself?
Odili Samalu. I was a candidate for the CPC in the Ananta Federal Constituency at the last general election.
Thank you. Mr. Samalu was viciously attacked by his opponent's hired tax during the last election campaigns and is still recuperating on his hospital bed. Sir, how long have you been here?
They told me for about 9 weeks. I don't remember clearly. For most part of it, I was in a coma.
Awfully sorry, sir. Hope you are better now.
Much better. Thank you. At least I can talk a bit and walk around by myself.
So, can you tell us how it happened?
Well, how shall I begin? I suppose you could say that it all started the day I decided to join politics and run for the seat of Ananta in the Eastern region. By then, the seat had almost become the property of Chief Nanga, member of the POP and current Minister of Culture. I remember the day very clearly. I had moved out of his ministerial mansion where I was staying as his guest. I had moved out to stay instead with an old mate of mine in the university who is now a lawyer, Barrister Max Kulamo. We had not seen each other for a long time.
Good gracious! Diligent! Now your eye be this.
How good to see you again.
Oh,
call me.
I'm sorry. You see, if this...
I know. You couldn't reach me. Yes. This bloody phone that they won't give me. You won't imagine how many months now have been on the waiting list for one. I will not give bribe to anybody.
Still the old man.
You know me. So, diligent. Where have you been staying?
Well, you would believe with Chief Nanga.
What? That corrupt, empty-headed, illiterate politician?
He's your minister of culture.
Isn't that the tragedy of our nation? To be ruled by ministers who can't even spell their name.
What I saw and heard in those 4 weeks I've been with him, these people will bring this country.
If we don't stop them, how did you... I mean, I didn't know you were so close to the man.
No, I'm not. He had been my teacher in the primary school long ago before he went into politics. But as it turned out, the man has an uncanny memory, quite apart from his incredible charisma. It's one of his assets.
Well, I cannot imagine. If you stole so much money from the nation, I believe you have a lot of charisma and other assets too.
Still the angry young man. No doubt you are right. But to tell you that the man will not only remember me, but also invite me to be his guest. Can you imagine? You see, he had been invited to pay an official visit to the village grammar school by our principal, Mr. Nwege.
What? Nwege? The same Nwege? Mr. Pushmi?
You too, you never forget anything, do you?
How can one forget those rib-cracking stories you used to tell about in school? So, the man is still alive?
Very much so, my friend. Very much so.
And still riding his bicycle?
Oh, yeah. He owns the village grammar school and is rich now, one of the local heavyweights. That's how come he invited the minister over to the school, so that he can ingratiate himself with him and win some contract or other money from his ministry.
Not to supply bicycles.
You should have been there.
Go on, what happened, eh? Not give me the story.
Well, the minister arrived and asked with respect the usual promotion began. Dancers throwing themselves across the sand, praise singers blowing their horns, papa, and hunters shooting their dogs. At last, when everybody was seated, our friend, Mr. Nwege, got up to speak. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guest, as you all know, needs no introduction, so I shall be brief. Then he launched into this brief speech that went on and on for almost a whole of an hour.
Typical.
The crowd grew restless, but Mr. Nwege did not notice. Even the minister was looking at his watch. A loud grumble began among the audience. But Mr. Nwege, school proprietor, would not stop. Soon, some very voices started shouting, asking him to sit down, to let the minister they had come to hear talk. But either Nwege is not there or did not hear a word of this morning.
He was enjoying the sound of his own voice.
Then it happened. One of the young men from the village, one of the tough young men, suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Enough, principal! Enough, or I shall push you down and take 3 pence." The laughter that went up must have been heard a mile away.
They will never let him forget that incident of his past, would they?
He actually. Otherwise, he would probably have gone on forever.
And Nicky Jack, wasn't it? The name he said they called his old bicycle.
Nicky Jack. That was the way that
they had no break.
No break, no jump. Nicky Jack.
The poor man riding down the slope that day, going down, merry, whistling himself. And then suddenly, looking up to see a lorry rolling towards him from the opposite direction.
That was the day we get entered the folklore of the village forever. There was the lorry coming towards him at the furious and we then applied the brake of his bicycle, but there was no answer. Again the brake of his bicycle.
disgrace.
So, the minister, what did he do?
Oh, he too burst out laughing, of course, shaking his head at his hapless host, which I thought rather uncharitable of him.
Well, can't say I blame him. But you were saying that he invited you to his house.
Oh, that was before we gave speech. You see, there we were, we teachers, waiting in line to shake the minister's hands. I must say I was quite unhappy having to line up like that, like the pupils. In fact, I was frowning when he came to me. I looked him straight in the face. Then what happened? He completely astonished me.
Principal and proprietor of another grammar school. Honorable, these crowds, I had to visit each section of the village personally to inform them of the minister's visit. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. And other people can do otherwise. Yes. But as you all know, my motto is do the right thing and share. I'm not surprised. The minister's excellent behavior is due to the sound education he had here. In those days, when education was education. Oh yes, I used to tell my boys in the class that, hey, standard 6 in those days is more than Cambridge. Cambridge waiting. Who does strong coat? It is equal to BN today, if not more. My private secretary, the one who carries my file, holds BA from Oxford. But see, my boy, I think we are wasting your talent here. Yes. I want you to go to the capital at once and take up a strategic post in the civil service. Oh yes, we cannot leave everything to the highlight tribes now. See, my secretary is from there. But as they say, charity begins at home. So it is that how people begin to press for their own share of the national cake. It is decided.
I need to say, I have already applied for a postgraduate scholarship to bring myself up to Mr. University.
That's even better now. So it is decided. You see me after this reception and take my address with all the details. You come and spend your holidays with me. You hear that one? It is an order. If you fail, I will ask my orderly to come and arrest you. What is it? If you come as soon as you close, you can use my guest room. Home with everything complete. Bedroom, bathroom, parlor, latrine. You can stay here and do anything you want. Oh, it is all yours.
You know my uncle. Man, you know, greenhouse for you.
Why? You want to take my friend now, take his own share of the national day. You see, what it is important that you come at once. As I am planning to travel in 2 months' time, yes, it is important that I go. Because they are going to give me a doctorate degree in America. Oh yes, Doctor of Law, LLD.
That's wonderful, sir. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
So, the minister will become chief, the Honorable Dr. M.A. Naga.
You know, she said that will pick my leg.
So,
You see, you must see me after the reception, and I'll give you my card with my residential address in the capital. You see? You must see me. Let's just say you see me. Mr. Principal, oh yeah, people, let's go and see the other things you want to show. Follow me on up after you, Principal.
I suppose with hindsight now that I should have been warned with all that display of vulgarity. But I must tell you, I was genuinely taken by the man's charisma and his generous offer. And then there was something else.
Don't tell me.
I knew you would guess. Good man. Better of women of campus.
Look, I have changed, man. But you are apparently happy. So, who was she?
That was what I tried to find out. One moment, when I saw the journalist standing alone, I quickly drew him aside and whispered.
Hello.
Who is the young lady?
Huh? Make you no go near me. My hand will dey for you.
I know they go near him now. No, sir. I just they ask who she be.
The minister no dey introduce her to anybody. But they talk say na your cousin.
Cousin? I see.
My friend, I confess. This I don't look out. Look out so deep and tired. I no go tell you lie. These girls for this part of the country sabi fine. God Almighty.
So you think say that the minister in cousin?
Some people talk so, but it's a lie. I know for sure she is his girlfriend. Actually, it's more than that. He's been planning to marry her soon according to native law and custom.
What? You are sure?
Don't say I told you. They say his present wife is too push for his present position. He wants a bright new power wife to play hostess at his parties.
But who told you all this?
Oh, forget I'm a journalist. That is why he doesn't introduce her to anybody. He knows his wife won't like him and they want to cause trouble for him.
Oh, she will, all right. I know this now.
Oh, I don't think she will cause any trouble at all. She will still be number one after all.
Oh, you are probably right. She won't want to stop being called Madam Minister's wife.
How for where? If you were the one who got
too bad. I mean for the girl. With her looks and at her age, she deserves to be somebody's first wife, not an old man's mistress.
Oh, he sent her to the women's training college, you know. So he has been planning it for a few years at least.
I feel sorry for her.
I feel sorry for her. Feel sorry for yourself. You don't know these girls of nowadays. I am sure she's already dreaming of all the things she'll be enjoying as a minister's wife. Money and luxury. That is all they care about. These girls, imagine such a beautiful thing, wasting herself on such an empty-headed ass.
But you were shouting praises for me just now.
And so, make a note of.
If I know Praiser, Chief Naga, Chief the Honorable Dr. L.A. Naga. So, have you seen the girl since then?
No, but I intend to now.
In spite of her being engaged to the minister?
In fact, because of her being engaged to me.
And what about Elsie then? The one you said you were planning to marry?
Elsie. What if I tell you it's because of Elsie I'm going after Edna?
Oh, she left you?
Yes. She left me for Nanda. The minister should not heard from me.
You don't mean it.
That is why I am anxious to get back to the village. I must have my own back.
I see.
Well, but it's a long story. Maybe when you are back from the meeting. Oh, didn't you say there's a meeting coming up?
Oh, yes. What's the time? Anyway, thanks for reminding me. I must go now. We will talk later.
All right. There's much to talk about.
And meanwhile, make yourself at home. The fridge is right behind that door. And when you have settled down and freshened up a bit, you can come and join us. The meeting is just right here in this house, downstairs.
I will come and join you.
There are a lot of people who you haven't met before, even though you never have heard their names on the radio or read about them in the newspapers. I don't mind telling you, trying to form a political party.
Huh? You? A political party?
Are you surprised? So am I too with myself. But with the rot going on around us, we can't afford to sit on the fence any longer. Otherwise, these locusts will ruin the country for us.
So that is what the meeting is about. Well, I'll come and listen.
The people coming as the core members come to the dining room when you are ready. Who knows? You may even become our newest recruit.
Well, we'll see about that.
So I went to the meeting and listened quietly as they talked. And I must confess, I was immediately taken with the idea of the new party, the Common People's Convention. It was after they had broken up, when I was left with Max and his first Eunice, that the conversation began that will lead me to my important decision.
Well, what do you think, Odili?
Well, I like your ideas, but I must say I find it somewhat odd that a party calling itself a Common People's Convention should be made up of only professional men and women.
You see, Odili, what you saw here just now is the banker, the planning stage. Once we are ready, we'll draw in the worker, the farmer, the blacksmith, the carpenter.
And the unemployed, of course. But I'd like to take our friend on a purely historical point. I want to remind you that the great revolutions of history were started by intellectuals, not the common people. Karl Marx was not a common man. He wasn't even a Russian.
True, Eunice, but I am not surprised Odili made that point. You see, he's always been a stickler for thoroughness. That is why at school we called him diligent.
And you, Eunice, if you don't know it, we call him Cool Max. That should be a warning to you. Because he always played it cool with the girls.
I beg your pardon. Anyhow, lady and gentleman, or is it gentleman and lady as Odili said?
Max, why not say comrades as our traditional friends been saying?
No. As I have said several times before, I don't want anybody to say we are communists. We can't afford the level. It will simply finish us. Our opponents may point at us and say, look at those crazy people who want to have everything in common, including their wives. That will be the end of everything. And that's a real fact.
I with you. But our friend the trade unionist reply, as you know, is that our trouble in this country, that we are too nervous. We say we are neutral, but as soon as we hear communists, we begin to shake and piss in our trousers.
You know, the other day, when somebody asked him why he went to Russia last January, he answered, "It is because if you look only in one direction, your neck will become stiff."
I'm sure you guys have a lot to talk about, but me, I'm worn out and want to turn in. So, Odini, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, go in, and thank you for all this, and see you tomorrow morning.
Good night, dear.
Max, excuse my saying so. This new party you all are setting up, how many months to the elections? How do you think you can win?
Oh, of course we can't. That's very obvious, isn't it?
You mean you know you can't?
See, there are too many mushroom political parties springing up, prophesying a landslide victory for themselves. But you know, soon they will all shrivel up again.
So you know that.
What we must do, in fact, what we are trying to do, is to get something going, something truly different. Whilst we wait for the blow-up, for it's got to come. I don't know how or when, but a blow-up is not to come. We can't continue to have this stagnation and corruption going on indefinitely.
Oh, all right. Also tell me, how do you propose to get the money?
Well, we'll get some. At least enough to finance ordinary election expenses. You see, we will leave mass bribing of the electors to POP and PLP. We will simply drop cats among their pigeons here and there, stand aside and watch. And this will perhaps surprise you. Do you know that one of the junior ministers in the government is behind our new party?
No, I don't like that. What is he doing in the government then? If he is so dissatisfied with it, why doesn't he resign?
Resign! Where do you think you are? Britain or something? Oh, don't be funny with me.
I'm not being funny. I know, and need no reminder that we are not in Britain or something, and that in our part of the country, when a man resigns, it's invariably his eye on the main task. Everybody knows that. That is why I would have thought that we will start our new party clean with a new kind of philosophy.
I know how you feel. See, I felt like that at first. But we must face certain facts. Now, you take a man like Nanga, now on a salary of 4,000 plus all the purposes. You know what his salary was as an elementary school teacher? That's not more than £8 a month. Now, do you expect a man like that to resign on a simple matter of principle?
Assuming that is, he can recognize principle when he sees it.
Well, exactly. Well, I am not saying, Matthew, that our man is like Nanga. He is a true nationalist and will not hesitate to resign if he felt it was really necessary.
It's hardly the same thing.
I mean, having a man like that in the government is very essential, I can assure you. You see, he tells me everything that goes on.
Oh, I see. Then in that case, you are right. As the saying goes, it is when you are close to the man that you begin to smell his breath.
Exactly.
March the political strategy. Strange word for you, though. Do you still write poetry?
Oh, of course, now and then.
I remember those lines you wrote many years ago to the tunes of that famous highlight music. The one I believe you called A Dance Offering to Earth Mother.
That was the poem I wrote during the intoxicating months of high hope soon after independence. What a coincidence! Just this morning, I was reading it to Eunice. Yeah. You want to hear it? I will return home to her. at the feet of my lovely mother.
I will build a house, the holy places, the great and planted, and I will make it fine with black wood, roses, and terracotta. Oh, black mother, waiting so long for her infant son to come of age and prepare her for her years of shame and neglect. And that son, she has been so much hope on, telling her to be a chief naga. Poor black mother. Only 7 years ago, when he first sang it, the earth then was filled with gaiety and high promise. That time seems more than 7 lifetimes away. And now, as he sang it, it sounded so much like a dirge.
You know, I don't believe in providence and all that kind of stuff. But your arrival here at this moment seems to me most prominent. You see, our plan is to appoint able and dynamic organizing secretaries in each of the regions. You said that you are going back to your village to avenge yourself on Nanga. How about going there for something more noble? How about going there to stand as our candidate in the southeast?
You really mean that?
It will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone if you agree. Look, you fight Nanga for the girl, and you also fight it for his constituency.
But the marvelous idea! I'll do it, Max!
So, I returned to Ananta on the 23rd December. After Mass, and his fiancée had tried in vain to make me spend Christmas in Bori. As soon as I returned, I got busy with my plans. The first thing to do, I thought, was to get close to Edna before announcing my entry into politics. But that proved to be more difficult than I thought. I didn't even know where to find her. Fortunately, however, Chief Naga had sent his wife and children to the village to spend Christmas, as he did every year. I visited Mrs. Naga and gradually steered her onto the subject of a rival coming to disrupt her family. Then, on the pretext of going to Edna to dissuade her from the marriage, I got Mrs. Naga to give me her address. But what I had not reckoned with was the girl's greedy father when I went calling.
Welcome, my son, welcome. Please forgive me. I must carry the death of the cola nut. It got finished only this morning.
Oh, don't worry about cola nut. You do not know me, but I'm one of the teachers at the grammar schools.
Yes, I knew it was a place I had seen. Welcome. Once more, I apologize for not having cola nut.
I understand. It is not always that people have cola nuts nowadays.
It is said that since the woman of the house went into hospital, there has not been anyone to look after this case.
I hope to get well again soon.
You are looking on the man above.
How is Edna?
Edna? She is cooking the food to take to the hospital.
I have a message for her from my friend, Chief Nanga.
You are a friend of mine, in-law. Why did you not tell me so? Have you come from Morinette?
Yes, I came just a few days ago.
True? And how was he when you left?
He was where?
Edina! Papa! Come and salute our guest.
Has the wife been in the hospital a long time now?
Since 3 weeks. Her body has not been rest since the beginning of the winter season.
God will hear our prayers.
Amen. You will say and you will say
I'm one of the teachers from the grammar school. We met the other day, Chief Nangan lectured, and you and I.
Oh, yes, that is true. You are Mr. Samalu.
That's right. You have a good memory on top of your beauty.
When?
Teacher, sit down. He says he has a message from boy.
Oh, nothing really. Chief Nanga only asked me to come and greet you and ask about your mother.
You may tell him that she is still in the hospital and that her medicine it costs money and that she planted Nanga cassava. No, this year.
Don't listen to me. Did he not send you something through his wife?
Listen to her. Because your mother ate yesterday and she will not eat today. Oh, my daughter, this is the time to enjoy him. Not when he has played his wife and gone away. Our people say, if you fail to take the sword of a strong man when he's on the ground, will you do it when he gets out? And oh, my daughter, leave me in my love. He will bring and bring and bring, and I will eat and eat until I am. And thanks to the man above, he as a minister does not like what to do.
Excuse me, I have to go now and finish packing the lunch I am taking today. If I don't get there before 1 o'clock, the nurses will not let me eat. Father, have you given the stranger a cola note?
After, if you have to bring it, I will eat.
Don't worry, I'm okay. By the way, I hope you don't mind if I come with you to see your mother at the hospital. I think now that I'm here, I ought to see her so that next, when I write to Chief Nanga, I shall have something to report.
That's very kind of you.
I can also give you a ride on my bicycle.
Oh, yes.
Don't mind.
Thank you very much. Then I can get to the hospital quicker.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. Don't give what my daughter says. When you get back to work, tell my in-law that the treatment of his wife's mother is costing me water and firewood.
I shall certainly say so.
Let's go.
Goodbye.
You can imagine my excitement at having her so close within my arms and the perfume of her hair in my nose. The road to the hospital turned out to be quite steep enough to take the wind out of one. But with the kind of passenger I had, I didn't care to admit too readily to being tired. So I raced up all the little hillocks until my heart raged like a bonfire. Then, as I pedaled freely down one friendly slope, I saw this time it was not a lorry like a Mr. Rudiso. Just a stupid sheep. One bloody sheep with a 4 or 5 lamps. Rushing on my left, I braced suddenly. The bicycle pushed forward and I crashed on the ground. Edna was thrown farther up the road. I got her quickly and helped her to her feet again. Then we both saw the fufu and the soup in the sandy road.
She will now come back today.
Edna, I'm sorry.
It was not your fault, I know.
Can she manage some bread and coffee? We can get some outside the hospital.
I haven't brought any money.
Oh, don't worry. I have enough of me. Edna, your knee.
It is nothing serious. Can we go and get the bread?
Yes, and we'll also get some disinfectant for your knee. Edna, my dear, I am so sorry.
It was a stupid sheep. And you too. Look at you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, my dear.
You were eating up all the hills like yams.
Which heels? I didn't notice any heels.
Strong man.
That's me.
Yes, run up by a sheep.
There's something I want to tell you.
Me?
Yes. I want to give you a piece of advice. As someone who has seen more of the world and as a friend,
Yes, go.
I know you say it's not my business, but I think you'll be making a very serious mistake if you allow anyone to rush you into marriage just now. Honestly, you are too young to be rushed into such a thing, especially with the polygamist.
Is that what Mama asked you to come and tell me?
Who is Mama? Oh, I see. Mrs. Nanga? No. Why would she ask me to come and tell you anything? No one has sent me. In your own interest, Edna, don't go and spoil your life.
What is your business in it?
Not whatever, but Edna, give yourself a chance. The man's son is almost your age, and he cannot.
I know. But that is the world of women.
Rubbish.
That is what we have to accept.
Rubbish. An educated girl like you saying such a thing. Are you a Muslim or something?
He paid for me to go to college.
And so, Edna, my love for you.
Are you angry?
The very first time I saw you, I did. Forget it. Everything I told you. Yes, it's none of my business.
Oh, what do you mean?
Let's go.
I am sorry.
Sorry about what? Let's go.
I'm sorry, Oshili. Please forgive me. Okay, I'm sorry, man. Oshili.
Defeated. This would have been the end of the whole matter, I must confess. But do you know what happened? As soon as I got home, my little boy, Peter, handed me a blue envelope. The boy had brought it on a bicycle. He said, the writing was beautifully rugged, without doubt a woman's hand. So feverishly, I opened it, and it was Edna.
Dear Sylvia's friendship makes every yesterday a dream of happiness and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Sweet dreams. Yours very true. Edna Audrey.
I read the letter, standing up, then sitting down, and finally lying on the bed. Flat on my back, I analyzed it word by word, phrase by phrase. And finally, I realized what I had not wanted to admit to myself. I was not just playing with Edna because of Chief Nanga, but I had fallen deeply in love with her. And I wanted her at all costs for myself. From that moment on, I was determined to let her know, to point to Chief Nanga and let him know that I was in love with Edna.
Well, I'm afraid I have to stop you now. That's enough stress for him for today. You can continue tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll continue tomorrow then, Mr. Samalu.
Sorry to be like Chief Bashije. We're just halfway through the streaming, and I just thought maybe this is, or as we say in Nigeria, I said, let me ask you whether this is a time where we should just stop the streaming, go for more reflections, or continue the streaming of the play to the end. So it's a democratic situation. So I'm not going to be in charge. I'm going to ask German to be in charge of the voice populi.
You want to put me in trouble, Abi?
Why somebody has to be in trouble?
Professor Olawafemi and Duro Oni will now give me a knock on my head. I know that I can always bribe Osofisan. So what we're discussing in the back end is that should we continue to show the play because it has another 1 hour to go? Or should we take more tribute now because we have more people who have joined us and they made the play mid-course? Should we continue or should we take Professor Folabo Ajayi Soyinka, Professor Ayinla, GRA, who I met in Kano last week, Abiola Odejide and Co. Do we take them now, Akande Shokon and the rest of them? Do we take those one now or continue with the play?
Thank you, German. I think
yes, sir.
I must salute those who have put the play together.
Yes, sir.
You know, and they've given it a good shot. We commend their efforts. But I think we've had perhaps enough of the play now. And since it's a celebration, I'm sure that somewhere along the line we can watch.
Your volume is low, sir.
What?
Okay. Okay. So we should take a break. Is that what you mean, sir? Because the volume is low. Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof.
Yeah, I guess that's what.
Is that okay? Okay, maybe we should do that and take more of the tributes now, and then we come back to it. Grace, are you okay with that?
No, I think. Yeah, Grace. I don't know. Grace will decide for. Yeah, good.
She's okay with that. Okay.
I think we should take a break and then take more of the tribute because we have some new people. Some more people have joined since the play was streaming.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
So I want to once again say welcome to everybody, especially those joining us in the middle of the streaming. Before the streaming, we had opportunity, we had the open mic for everyone on the program to wish Professor Osofisan a happy birthday and share a little bit of their experiences with him. And so we would like to continue that for a few minutes, but I will indulge everyone to please, let's make it as brief as possible so that we'll have, everybody can have their turn. So another thing I want to quickly say is if you think you have something to say, you can just raise your hand, indicate by raising your hand. That will help me to quickly identify you and then call on you. But I would like to start this section with Professor Gbemisola Adeoti. Then after Professor Gbemisola Adeoti, I will have Professor Abiola Odejide to be on standby. And then we'll go to Professor Akin Adeshokon. And then we will move on to our dear brother and a strong dramatist as well, Patrick Jude Otte. Then we will come to Professor Kumbi Oye Shokpe, Ola Shokpe, sorry. I'm sorry about that, Kumbi. And then we'll move on to Olayinka Oye Bile. So I would like us to take those first. So Professor Gbemisola Adeoti, if you're ready, the mic is yours. Okay, if he's not ready, can I have Professor Akin Adeshokon then? Okay. Okay. Hello, Professor Adeshokon.
Hello, Professor. Well, you're asking that's impossible. Even if I close,
is it only me or the audio is bad?
The audio is.
Don't tell me Americans have internet problem. That's an exclusive right of Nigeria.
Akins at the Diakwete.
Okay, Akin, while waiting for you, let's have.
US.
Are you in now? Let's have Professor Abiola Odejide then.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello, good afternoon.
Morning.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I can't show my face.
Sorry.
I can't show my face yet. I'm not as properly dressed as you all are. I just want to say congratulations to a friend and colleague, Femi Osofisan, on his 75th birthday. I'm trying to prove to him that I'm a few months older than he is, so he should be paying me due deference and calling me sister. Anyway, I just congratulate him on this special occasion. I pray that he will see many more years in good health, in happiness, in joy, and he will continue to be as creative as he has always been. We go back a long way as students in the University of Ibadan in the 60s. So, and he's always been good. He's been nice, occasionally mischievous, but still, he's very much loved. Congratulations, Femi, and God bless you. Bye.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you for that and for making it very short for us. Again, I want to find out if Bemi is back. If not, Patrick Jude Otte, can you take the floor, please?
They have no internet in Jos.
What's going on?
All right, I'm going to move on. Professor Kumbi, Lashope, please, let's see if the Badon internet will work.
If the internet is not working, maybe we can go to UK and US, because I noticed that we have Auntie Folabo also here, and we have Wale Osofisan also here. Yeah.
Okay, maybe the Nigerian part will have to hold on a bit, and we can move to Folabo.
Okay. Yeah. How are you? Well done.
No problem.
It's still early morning here. Jama, I thought you didn't want to call me. Okay. Well, congratulations to Professor Femi Osofisan on his birthday. It's a wonderful milestone, but even more importantly is what he has achieved. He has enriched the literary and aesthetic field of Nigeria, West Africa, in fact, the whole of the continent, and even up to here, because I frequently teach him, and I've introduced him to a group of jobless people that I belong to now, and we read his plays. So it's a real great honor to be associated with him. And I also want to thank him for the years of collaboration we've had, both in Nigeria and the US. I've had the very special honor of choreographing some of his plays that I'm around, and I enjoyed working with him. I wish him a very, very long life in good health and with great happiness. Thank you for all you have done for the arts in Nigeria and the African arts in general. Many happy returns.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. We also have in the house, we have Chief Kayode Aderinlokun. Aderinlokun, I think. I'm sorry.
Aderinlokun.
Aderinlokun. Okay, thank you. Sir, if you can jump in and make your wishes.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
It's a unique privilege to have the honor of being called upon to say a few words about Professor Femi Osofisan. I remember that the last time we bonded, it was in Elisha with Ruben Abati. We went for the ANA conference, and I was privileged to play host to both of them. And we had such a delightful time for 3 days. And Prof was always making us laugh, like he always does, you know. And Ruben and I, we enjoyed his company so much. And we picked portions of his plays to even taunt him with, you know. There was a particular romantic portion of one of his plays, I can't even remember the title now, that I thought it was the most romantic narrative that I have ever read, you know. And I just want to take this occasion to thank Professor Femi Osofisan for what he has contributed to literature, learning, and scholarship in the world. We know that he's not been in Nigeria for a while, I guess, but we feel his impact everywhere, every day. So happy birthday, Prof. We hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Patrick Jude Ote, can you try again? Because I know that you were trying to get on. Let's try again and see if you can, your internet will work.
I told you they have no internet in Jos.
What about Kumbi?
Okay. But it's worse, if not that Professor Osofisan is there.
Okay, all right. Let me move on to Mr. Ifeanyi Chukwu, chairperson of ANA Lagos. Mr. Ifeanyi Chukwu. All right. Okay, whilst we're waiting, I will call on Professor Akinade Shokon again. I think he's been able to, yes, I think he can come on now. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. So I won't jink my luck this time. I'll quickly just speak in the little time that I have. Congratulations to Professor Femi Osofisan. I sent him an email, a WhatsApp message about 5-6 hours ago because I was going to bed and I knew that by the time this took off, I was still in bed. But as soon as I woke up, I joined in and I've been part of this. So it's good to see you. It's good to know you are clocking close to 80. We hope you live much longer. It's nice being your student for the past 35 years. You're a great mentor and your work is assured. You're continent's greatest playwright. I would say that because I know someone else is not here to, because he's much older, he's not able to join us, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Your work is really remarkable. And there's a lot of discussion and debate to have with your work and with you as we go into our future. So thank you for your work, for your example, and I wish you more success, much more creativity, and continue to enchanting us. And you are a funny playwright. You are a remarkable person. I can't say enough, and I know that I don't have much time, but I can speak until tomorrow, just commenting on your work. But I'll stop now. Thank you very much, and have a great day with your family. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Professor Adeshoko. I have a few of Professor Osofisan's, I think, either 1990 students. Here I can see Femi Olu Ajibode. Femi Ajibode, can you please take the floor? Oh boy. All right. Okay, we'll move on. Abiola Odejide.
Professor J.J. spoken.
Yes, spoken.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a statement from Patrick Jude Ote.
Oh.
In the chat. Yes. He couldn't connect. He said he couldn't hear us. I mean, he couldn't hear you.
My apologies too. Okay. It seems the Nigerian factors is at play here. I can hear everyone, but apparently I cannot be heard. Once again, congratulations, dear Prof. I take pride in the fact that I consider you a teacher, a friend, and mentor. I am grateful for your interest in our company, Jos Repertory Theater. We are very grateful that you have never changed us. Sorry, oh boy.
Never charged us royalty.
No, I don't have internet problem. It's just the scrolling. Thank you for the simplicity and penetrativeness that define you and define your approach to writing. I have obviously borrowed from it. Thank you and thank you. I think I'm reading to another chat, but we can all see those chats. So if we don't have anybody else to speak right now, Shola, can we move on to the next? Oh, we have Larry Arogun.
Daddy.
Arogun Daddy.
Daddy. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, we can. Okay, thank you. You just read my.
Oh, it was just read. Sorry.
But I also want to say that as former I hope that when I go to kind of had two places where there is back. Yes, I remember one.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm also hearing him now. So Shola, you have one message from Professor Remiraji, right?
Yes, I do have a message from Professor Emiraji Oyelade, and it's a prosaic poetry, and it says, "Let it come, let it go, row the story like a boat. Jeko lo, jeko bo, enu robo dun o. Baba Femi Adeyemi, son of Osofisan of Erunwan, exemplary teacher, Okimba Lanko, the poet who mints words with golden nuggets. Elereko, the natural magician of 1,000 dramatic texts, accomplished director of the stage, storyteller's delight who strings suspense after suspense in many narratives, compelling humanist, composer, and arranger, simply FO, compound of creative spells. I rise this morning to salute you as always. They say it is your birthday. Live it, savor it, for birthdays are for the living. May your life be long, straight like the hunter's gun. May you reap even more from the many kind things you have done without waiting for praise or recognition. Your plaques and gallants are huge and weighty, yet we pray for more. Compliments of the real icon that you are. Once upon many more seasons, I will rise again to serenade your mellifluous life in your own lifetime. Let me dismount now and say, happy birthday, sir, a lyrical of many spangled stories. That's from Remi Raji Oyelade.
All right. I think Dr. can try again. Let's see, because I think I tried to unmute you from my end. It's still not coming.
Okay, you know what, Jude, remove the earpiece. Remove it. Speak directly.
Okay.
Remove it from the computer. Now speak.
We can't hear him.
And there's a problem. The GRA is back.
Okay, maybe I'll sign back here.
Okay.
So GRA, are you ready?
GRA.
Hello?
I think he left again.
Yeah. I have Florence Elegba. I hope I pronounce the name. Please pardon me if
Yeah.
I'm pronunciation right, please. Yes. Yes, ma'am. You're unmute yourself, ma'am. Oh boy.
Hello.
Hello, ma. We can hear you now.
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. I'm Florence Elegba from the Federal Polytechnic, Ida.
Okay.
Yeah.
You please go ahead with your
Okay.
well-wishes.
So I want to thank God on behalf of our daddy and our mentor, Professor Femi Osofisan, on his 75th birthday. I wish him long life in good health. May he enjoy more of divine favor from God in the name of Jesus. And I pray that he will live more, he will enjoy the fruit of his labor, and he will serve God and humanity more and more to God's glory in the name of Jesus. So happy birthday to him in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Fumi Aluko. Okay. What? We have Mr. Joseph Yovi.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, I was here earlier to wish my very senior supervisor. He supervised me in 2011 during my postgraduate program at the University of Ibadan. And we had a very good working relationship. And he was a very good mentor. He gave me a lot of books. He encouraged me, and from him I started learning how to present papers in international conferences. And he has been of a very good mentor to me all this while, even though we have not been able to see. And so, Prof, this is your boy, Joseph, wishing you a very, very happy birthday. And may God continue to shine light on you. And may you continue to be a point of inspiration to many of us out there. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I see that Professor Gbemisola Adeoti is back. Can you please mute yourself, sir, and take the mic just for 2 minutes? All right, Professor Gbemi.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at a meeting. I will comment later.
Okay.
I'm at a meeting, a Senate meeting. Thank you.
We'll move on now. Shola, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Grace.
Yes.
Grace. Hello, Grace.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon. Go on, please.
Okay, thank you. I heard my name earlier. I thought you needed to raise your hand. Well, it's a privilege to be here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's speaking, please?
My name is Fumi.
Fumi Aluko. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I want to say very, very happy birthday to both. What we did was to bring back some more years in good health and in good health, in sound health. I remember my very first time on the University of Ibadan theater stage was in Prof's play. I think that was One Legend, Many Seasons, an adaptation of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. And since then, Prof has continued to be a very great mentor to me. I remember my first collection of poems too. He took the pain in his busy schedule to go through everything and gave me a lot of advice that has remained evergreen to me. You are much appreciated, sir, and may you continue to be a source of inspiration to us all, coming behind you. A very happy birthday, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I would like to call on Professor Felix Omidire, who is the Director of Institute of Cultural Studies, IFE. Can you hear me?
I think he's left too.
Oh, okay.
It's no longer there, but there's Wale Oguchokun.
Okay, yes. Let's
right director, yeah.
Yes.
German, good morning.
Good morning. We have to know, yeah.
Well, okay. Sorry. Good afternoon, German. I'm glad to be here. Professor Femi Osofisan has been a beacon to people like me, to artists like me. I remember about 2 decades ago doing his presenting his Once Upon Four Robbers in Lagos at the Muzon Center. And I remember how gracious he was in permitting us to do it. I have been to Ibadan to see his performances. I like to say that, Professor Wole Soyinka did this for me and did that for me. But Professor Femi Osofisan, in his own way, was equally as strong for me and those who were trying to break into the world of theater. I am glad he has remained strong. I am glad for his body of work that is a resource for all of us. I am glad I know this great man, and I am thankful that he's alive and healthy. I wish him many more years of happiness. Thank you, German.
Thank you very much. So we have also in the house, James Famorio. James, can you indicate if you're still active in the group? Okay. And then we have Professor Ebun Clark here.
Oh.
Prof, you're welcome, sir.
Sir or ma?
Ma, sorry. I woke up at 2 a.m. to be here. I'm tired right now.
Can I speak?
Yes,
ma'am. I can't show myself because I'm packing. How are you? Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It's a very joyful day for me. And as I've said in my own congratulations on chat, if my husband was still alive, he would not be Zooming. He can't Zoom. He would just get into his car and Zoom to Ibadan instead to celebrate Femi's birthday. So fond of him was he. So congratulations, Femi. Shall I tell you a secret? I was about 5 days earlier. I sent my congratulations last week. It was today that you're going to do all the celebration. It is very well deserved. And I am so happy that this has been arranged for you. And I would like you to take it with you throughout this year and beyond. Be happy, be joyful, and continue to do the most fantastic work you do for the theater industry in this country and also for literature as a whole. We're looking forward to more plays And you know, the one you wrote on Nkrumah, is it published yet? I'd like to know. I know that I could write to you privately on that. Can you tell us, is it published yet? Because I saw it, I read it in the manuscript form.
Yes,
the
it
one
is
that is
published.
on Nkrumah,
Nkrumah
it's still supposed to
Africani.
be on Nkrumah. Is it published?
Yes.
Yes.
It's published. Okay. So
Yes,
I'm
it's
going to
published.
worry you for a copy. All right. Thank you so much for
You will
allowing me
get
to
a
speak.
copy.
German is showing you a
Thank you so
copy
much.
already.
Oh, German, how are you?
I'm fine, ma. This is the book.
Okay, I've seen it. All right. Okay, you
Okay,
have
my promise
confirmed
is
it.
I'll get you a copy, ma. I'll bring it to the house.
That's lovely of you, German. You're always so kind. Thank you so much, all
I'll do
of you.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. I'm on. If you see me going in and out, it's not me. It's my Wi-Fi. It's terrible. He says this is an old
Okay.
woman and kicks me out and brings me back and kicks me out. I'm with you all day, really all day, enjoying with you. God bless you all.
Thank you, ma.
Happy birthday, my Aburo. All right, can you hear me? Am I hearing
We hear you, ma. We're hearing you, ma.
You can't answer. Okay, wonderful. Happy birthday. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. So just trying to scroll through and see if we have more people.
We have the poem. Professor Falola's internet is not stable, but he has sent his poem, which I forwarded to Shola.
Okay,
He
Shola,
wrote a poem. Professor Falola wrote a poem for Osofisan. I forwarded it to Shola. If you can read it.
Which means?
WhatsApp.
Okay, WhatsApp.
Yeah, it's a draft, actually. But I forwarded it to you.
Okay. Well, I can make an excuse that my internet too is not functioning very
You're
well.
in London,
that
no,
would be
you
a
are in
lie.
Mama Charlie's place. No way.
Well,
I've got it, and I'm going to read
okay.
it.
All right.
If you permit me to, it's opening now.
Should I let you continue with that and ask Wale Ogun Tokun?
Yeah,
Wale just spoken. So what Professor Falola wrote, I need to show my face, says 75 candles for Okimba Lamko. I know the birds, not by their wings, but by their songs. I know the stars, not by their glitter, but by how they fall. I know the wind, not by their howls, but by how they write lyrical dusts on my roof. I know legends, not by their death, but by their famous stories, yet untold. Everly wondering how one sleeps and wakes, yet so many also tried, hoping for the same fate. But no, they couldn't make it overnight. Still, Osofisan is here, standing strong. Let it not be heard that you were not extolled until you are away. You've been crowned even before this day. Permit me to call you by name, Baba Femi. We will laud you even after today. All your achievements are in Memorial Archive. I'm not just trying to get you hype, but we'll give your name and legendary wings to fly. Countless tributes will come in today of how they are thrilled by your literary prowess. Commanding grammar flowing flawless, dotting the lines to be spotless. They will call you names, a literary icon, an activist, the father of diction and drama. Osofisan, though your ancestors worshipped the god of ornaments, yet today we have brought to you 75 candlesticks that they may have a special room in your heart, making circles of light spreading into the dark, sharing the hope for more angelic grace. Yes, 75 candlesticks. you will lead them to count your birthday joy today, remembering how you were born, little but now great. On thy way to being greater, happy birthday, Okimbala Unko. Happy birthday in convoy of peeled blessings. Live the life and rive away the ungodly. Walk in gilded golden lanes. Remember the day of birth and keep in mind the day of shining today. That's by Professor Tony Falola.
Good, great. Thank you. Thank you, Shola, for that beautiful reading.
I went to school.
I know. And Prof was your tutor too. So let's move on. Let's move on. I have Dr. Abi Adeleke. Dr. Abi Adeleke.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. This is Abi Adeleke. I went to University of Ilorin, and my connection with Professor Femi Osofisan was traveling to University of Benin to ask for permission to use the play, The Chattering and the Song, for my undergraduate final year project in 1986. And just meeting up with him in his office at Uniben and asking for permission. He was so gracious. I don't know if he remembers this. He was very gracious, gave me tips, insights, and I ended up directing that particular production for my final year project under the late and great Professor Zulu Shofola back in that day. And I count it a great privilege to be on this call. I'm calling in from the United States. My name is Abi Adeleke, and I used to be Biodun Esho at the University of Ilorin. Thank you very much for putting this together to honor a great man. Incidentally, I lost my copy of The Chattering and the Song and just found it online in a used book website and ordered it a few days ago because I'd like to go back and do the sing-song, the Iwori Otura, and things like that. So I am extremely pleased to be here. I'm at work, so that's why I couldn't show my face, because it's about 8:05 my time where I am. But thank you very much, elders in the theater, peers in the theater, and also a huge congratulations to Professor Femi Osofisan, a great man of the theater. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person that I would like to call on is Luke Mann. Luke Mann. L-O-O-K-M-A-N. Luke Mann.
This is like stampeding me. Good afternoon, everyone. If you don't know, I trained FO theater, so just very, and he's a very, very humble guy. I always say every year that a good friend of mine, FO, is so. But having said that, Prof, in my tribute video to FO, I actually said some very wonderful thing that Prof really said in passing, which is very, very important to me, which has helped me to develop. So I will wait for you to listen to the video. But having said that, Prof is a down-to-earth person. We've met in different continents, Europe, Asia, Africa, and all that. And he's always there to assist. Even when he was the general manager of National Theatre, I went to Prof. I said, yes, so today, Prof, yes, so now that you are the GM National Theatre, we have to do this, we have to do that and all that. And Prof said to me, how much is my location? How much are they giving me to, he did his best, even with the little amount that was given to run the National Theatre. He's a down-to-earth person. I don't know how else to emphasize that. And I'm really happy that our paths crossed. Prof, once again, you will celebrate many, 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 many more years on earth. And I'm still waiting for you to come and visit our theater in Lekki. I'll just leave it at this. So thank you for having me, Dr. I'll say Uche. Thank you.
Thank you, Lukman. Thank you so much. Shola?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to call on you now because I think we have exhausted the list that I have here. I'm trying not.
Oh well, we've actually not. It's just network, because I remember you calling on James Famurillo, Olayinka Oyegbile.
But I don't know if they are still here.
And I'm not sure whether Olabisi Olarinde is still here.
Okay, we have one hand up, Dada Ajayi Ikile.
Kile, yeah.
Please, sir, can you take the mic, please? Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. In Nigeria, I'm excited and I'm honored to be here. I'm so happy to be part of celebration of our prof, our teacher, our former HOD. I left University of Benin Theatre Arts 1986, and Prof, I think, joined us some years back. And then I must say straight that is coming to our department then elevated the quality of the products that came there from. I will say so with all confidence. I'm one of his products, and he did impact so much in us, even as he was so cerebral, so academic, and yes, so humorous. I remember way back.
I think we lost him. Or is it just from my side? Shola, can you hear him?
No.
Okay.
It's lost.
Okay. Is there anyone else that I haven't called that you see in the list? James Famurillo. Olayinka Oyegbile. Okay. Let's continue with this combobulation then.
I cannot run this as a CPC representative and the excitement it can. I had wanted to put up my office in Atlanta, but the hostility there from Chief Language people was so much that I had to change my mind and shift my headquarters to Ura in my own village. Here, I anticipated some trouble for my father. He was, as you probably know, the local chairman of POP in Ura. So I expected his house would not contain both of us. But I was quite wrong. He took the view in line with the general feeling in the country that the mainspring of political action is personal gain. So the only comment I heard my father make to him, in fact, at the beginning, was when he asked whether my new party would give me enough money to fight Nanga. He sounded a little doubtful. But he was clearly satisfied with what I had gone out of it so far, especially the car, which he was now using nearly as much as myself. So the normal hostility between us was pushed away in the corner. And very soon, that was to change and change again. We were one day sitting in his outhouse when I saw Chief Nanga's Cadillac approaching. wishing to talk to him, I hastily withdrew to the main house. But after a while, my father summoned me.
Father, I'm here.
What do you leave my great enemy?
Hello.
What? Did you see Chief, the honorable minister here yesterday? Oh, let him be, sir. He and I like to say harsh things to each other. But it's only jest. Those who don't know us maybe think they are going to cut off each other's heads. Nonsense! I say, Odili, you have to listen. Don't worry about Odili, sir. You see, if a young man does not behave like a young man, who is going to? But he was waiting till he built his own house. Then he may put his head into a pot there. Not here in my house. If he has no respect for me, why does he carry his foolishness to an older visitor like you? Oh, never mind. I am no guest here. I regard here as my own house, and you my political father. Whatever we are able to achieve over there in Tori is because we have the backing of people like you at home. All these young boys who are saying all kinds of rubbish against me, what do they know? They get that Chief Nanda has eaten 10% commission. Then they begin to break their head and hold her up and down. But they don't know that all the commissions are paid into party funds. Don't mind them now. The fools.
I suppose your new four-story building is going to be back.
Chief, the honorable minister, was not talking to you.
Naturally. Because he knows I know what he knows. Your new buses, for instance, are for carrying party members. Huh? And the new estate that is rising up.
Shut up! Shut up, your mouth! Leave him alone, sir. Leave him alone. If he finishes advertising his ignorance, I will educate him. Have you finished now, Mr. Nationalist or rookie patriot? He that knows not and knows not that he knows not is a fool. Don't mind him. Don't mind him. Follow. He is my son. But I can tell you that if I had another like him, I would have been dead long ago. Anyway, sit down now. I have something to say to you. I said sit down. Now, listen very carefully to me. As our people say, when a madman walks naked, it is his kinsman who feels shame, not himself. So, I've been begging Chief Nanga here for forgiveness on your behalf. How could you go to his house, asking for his help, and then eating his food, and then leave, spitting in his face? No. Let me finish. You did not tell me any of these things, that you abused him in public, and then left his house to plot it down for us. I said, let me finish. It does not surprise me at all that you slunk back and never said any of these things to me. Well, not that you say any of these things to me anyway. Why should you? Do I know? Am I not of the old father? You see, I said, let me finish. In spite of your shameful behavior, Chief Nanga continued to struggle for you. And has now brought the scholarship you have been looking for here to the house. Here. Here. See? This kindness surprises me. I couldn't have done the same thing myself, I tell you. But
On top of all this, he has bought you 250 pounds. If only you sign this paper.
Sorry, sir. Don't say I'm interrupting you. But before he signs that paper, I want us to be very clear about something. I do not want Okene to misunderstand me. You see, my good friend, I am not afraid of you. So it is not because of that at all. Every goat and every fowl in this country knows that you are going to fail woefully. You are going to lose your deposit and disgrace yourself. There is no doubt about that. But you see, I am only giving you this money because I feel that after all my years of service to my people, I deserve to be elected and opposed. So that all my detractors in police will know that I have all my people solidly behind me. That is the only reason why I am giving you this money. Oh, otherwise I should leave you alone to let you be the lesson so that when you get with elections again in the future, you will run. You see, I know that those irresponsible boys are giving you some money. Hey, if you are wise, better keep that money and use it to train your father's children or use it for something better.
No, please. I don't need him to tell me, help me how to train my own children. I don't need him to do that.
Well, anyway, we know where all that money is coming from. Don't you don't know? We know. We will deal with them after the election. These foreign interlopers, they think they can just come here and give money to some irresponsible boys to overthrow a duly constituted government. We will deal with them. But that's for you, my friend. You can end each one has entered your hand. You see, your good friend Master Kulamo, he has more sense than you. He has already taken his money and agreed to step down for Chief Bobo, our leader.
Impossible! He's a lie!
Look at him. He does not even know what is happening. You stay in the bush here, wasting all your time, while your friends are busy putting their money in the banking for you. You can't believe me. I said, please, can you just go? I'm sorry. I am not giving you orders. But can you leave us alone for a while? Let me talk to him alone.
All right. But I warn you, not Odin. He will never listen.
So, how is it, my friend?
Is that what you want to talk to me about?
That is the matter now.
Please!
Wonders will never end, go. Wonders will never end. All this anger and hatred. Is it about that girl, Alice? Answer me. All right, now, let me ask you. At least you should remember, Odili, I asked you, or did I know about that girl right from the start? Answer me now.
I don't want to discuss it.
It is precisely because of this misunderstanding. Now, you yourself, you told me that you are not serious with the girl, and that I clearly remember how you put it that day. You said she's not some good damn girl.
Look here, Mr. Nagam. Don't provoke me anymore, or unless you want our names to come out in the newspapers.
And the girl herself too. I asked her that day in my own house, and she just said there was nothing between the two of you, and that she's one.
That's all right. You planned your way, haven't you? So let me alone.
Don't touch me! Don't be jealous now. I'm sure she's not your wife. What is all this nonsense for?
You planned your way. So let me alone.
You slept with my woman to body. That American woman denying.
That woman is a slut. She practically threw herself at me. Tell her I said so.
Oh, I see. So that makes the difference there. Oh. All right. Odi, let's forget about everything. You see, I am very sorry if I offended. In fact, I me, all the mistake is mine. And I done the unreserved apology. If you like, this evening, I'll bring 7 girls to your house. Oh yes, 7. Oh, you will do the thing there.
What the country? And you call yourself Minister of Culture? God help us.
What? Hey, what do you mean? I will not stomach any nonsense from any small boy for the sake of any common girl. You hear that one? If you try to insult me again, I will just
do what? You can't do fuck all. You are just a bushman. You have won today, but what? I will have the last line. I will never forget.
Hey, is that what you want? You small boy, you want to fight? Hey, what I tell me? Hey, I've done my best. I've done my best. Thank God, your father is my living witness. I brought you your scholarship. Go and learn more book. You know I'm hungry. Need experts like you. Go and leave the dirty game of politics to us who know how to play dirty things.
You know the answer? It's no, Chikmala. No, you can't play it. You think everybody can be bought with a few £20? You are making a very big mistake. I'll find you in the woods and along the road. If you find the entire PCP, I can see fear in your eyes. Yes, you are trying to cover your fear. If you are not afraid of me, why do you hire cats to molest me? Why do your hire cowards carry placards swelling my name? I'm sorry, Mr. Man. You can get out of here with your dirty money. Push for the lead.
You hear your son? You hear your son? All right, goodbye. You regret it. You. Oh no.
My son, you have again shown your true self. When you came home with the car, I said to myself, good, some sense has entered his belly at last. But I should have known. So, you really want to fight him, Nanga? My son, why don't you fall where your pieces could be carried? If the money was given to you was too small, why didn't you say so? Why didn't you ask for 300 or 400? But no, your name will not be ugly if you did that. You had to insult a man who came to you as a friend. And then, now let me ask you, do you think he will come here tomorrow and beg you with £250? You have lost the sky, my son. You have lost the ground. And you have lost everything. Why? Is it your loss?
That's good.
Why do you want yourself and throw me for my loss that is mine and not yours? After all, you are the POP and I will CPC. Go on. Laugh at me.
in our campaign team arrived from the river, there were a dozen other people with him, two of whom I knew already. Julius, his friend, and the trade unionist, Joe. They had a car, a minibus, and two brand new Land Rovers with loudspeakers fitted on them. Seeing them so confident and so well equipped was for me the most morale boosting event of so many past weeks.
We must withdraw our earlier statements and give 3 hearty cheers to the Ministry of Post and Telegraph. Hip, hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip, hip! Hooray! Oh, sorry. We must embarrass him.
What's that boy talking? What has my being in POP got to do with it?
Father, you know your POP.
No, go ahead with your campaigning. Well, I don't mind at all. As our people say, the hawk should perch, and the eagle perch, and whichever says to the other, don't, may its own wing rest.
Let's go.
My comrade sang for his Johnny Good Pharaoh again. And by this time, the loudspeakers had been switched on, and the entire neighborhood rang with the song. By the time 4 or 5 highlight records had been played as well, the compound became too small for our audience. It was a remarkable meeting indeed. I hadn't been so excited. After Max had spoken, so many people also spoke and gave me their support. One old man in particular was so effusive.
I want to thank the young man from the city for his beautiful words. Every one of them entered our ears. I always say that what is important nowadays is no longer age or title, but knowledge. The young man clearly has it, and I salute him. There is one word he said which entered my ear more than everything else. I
I don't know whether you others heard it in the same way as I did. That word was, our own son should go and bring our share. That word sweet my ear. The village of Anada has already eaten. Now they must make way for us to reach the plate. We all know what one dog said to another. He said, if I fall for you this time, and you fall for me next time, then I know it is play, not fight. Last time we elected a member of parliament from Anaka. Now it is our turn here in Urua. A goat does not eat into a hen's stomach, no matter how friendly the two may be. Never. Ours is ours. But mine is mine. No man here in Urua will give his paper to a stranger when his own son needs it. Our own son, Odili Samalu, is our candidate. Have I spoken well? Kwenu. Amama kwenu.
So, although I was somewhat embarrassed by the parochialism in it, I was somehow confident that there, at least in my own village, I was going to beat Chief Nanga hands down. Later, I called Mas aside and told him in a few words excitedly about Chief Nanga's visit.
You should have taken the money from him, my friend.
What?
Look, Chief Coco offered me 1,000 pounds, you know. I consulted the other boys and we decided to accept.
So Chief Nada was not lying.
Oh, he told you? He paid for that minibus.
I don't understand. Are you saying that you've taken money to step down from POP?
Of course, nothing of the sort. You see, we needed the money and I signed the paper, but it has no legal force whatsoever.
But it has a moral force.
What's that?
Look, I don't understand the mindset. I thought we wanted our fight clean. You had better be on the lookout now. Because there will be even more vicious from now on, and people will say they have more.
And don't worry about that.
I can't but worry, I'm afraid. If our people know nothing else, they know that if a man takes money from another for services, he must render that service or remain vulnerable to that man's just revenge. Neither God.
Forget all that. And do you know, Odi, that British Amalgamated has paid out 400,000 pounds to POP to fight this election? Oh, yes! And we also know that even the Americans have been more generous, even though we don't have the figures as yet. Now you tell me how you propose to fight such a dirty war without soiling your hands and legs. Just you tell me. Well, we must be moving along now. I'll be back here in a couple of days to iron out everything and give you our detailed plan from now on. In the meantime, oh boy, if the offer comes again, take it!
Never, man.
It's as much your money as his.
Never.
Well, anyhow, the question is purely academic now. We must be moving along now. Tell the old boy he is a wonderful fellow. I like him.
I can't take that man. Never. Never.
Oh,
No. I couldn't accept his reasoning. For me, taking that money under any kind of pretext was wrong. Well, however, there was something else on my mind now. Seeing Max and Eunice sharing in every excitement made my mouth water, to put it coldly. As Max made his speech, Eunice was a delicious picture of feminine loyalty as she sat there at the edge of a chair listening. And that scene made me abandon my carefully worked out strategy to go in search of Edna the following day. I was determined to tell tell her point blank, and I was in love with her. After all, our people said that there are only two things you could do with yam. If you don't roast it, you boil it. So if her answer wasn't no, it could only be yes. During the 50-mile journey to Ananda, I worked out what I was going to tell her. But when I got there, it was a different Edna waiting for me.
What am I doing here? You know you can't come here anymore. Oh, because I'm a candidate in Look, my father will kill you if he should find you here. Kill me? That would be wonderful. How are you going insane? How is your mother? Is she back from the hospital? She is, but please don't you go, please. Say, please. Only 100,000 I shall do. Look, this is not laughing matter. My father said you shouldn't come here again. Did he? Nobody told me. Oh my God, oh my God. What is all this now? How did we please go? Please go. How did we please? I was coming to tell you something between you and me, and I had it all worked out before I got here. But now I am confused. You see, I was coming to tell you that you and me, our blood, so you, who do you want here? Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. You mean you still there? You there? Wait for me. Please go. Mama! So, you encouraging him not to. You are not. No, Father, I swear God. Tell him that. What you told me. Speak. Let him hear it with his own ears. Tell him. Who invited you here? Have you no shame? What do you want here? Can't you go and look for your own woman instead of sneaking around here? Or you have come to pick some gossip for your female friend, Mrs. Nanga? Everyone boy. Go and tell her I'll marry Chief Nanga. Yes, let her come and jump on my back if she can. And as for you, better go back to your prostitute woman in Gori instead of wasting your time here. You hear? I've been respecting you all this while, just for the sake of Chief Nanga. But if you should ever make the mistake of coming here again, I'll tell you my name is Edna Odo. So, what are you waiting for? You head out. Go. If you don't want to come to the house. Go. I am leaving. Edna, listen. Who told you I came here for you? Whoever put it in your small empty head that I want to take you from your precious old man. What on earth do you think I want to do with a girl with no more education than lower elementary? By all means, marry your ancient man, and if he is not up to the task, you can always slip away to the sunshine. Wow. In my own house. No, in my own house. What is the matter? Why is all the noise? This is the boy. This is the little boy who is trying to poke his finger into the eyes of my in-law. This small boy. What has he done? I came to ask for your vote. Is there anything wrong with that? I came to persuade you to cast your paper for me on voting day. That is why you want to kill me. You hear him? To ask for our votes against Chief Nanga. Do you think this boy said is correct? This is the boy who was ready in the hospital. I don't care what he brought you. He is trying to poke his finger into the nose of my in-law. I don't care. I heard him all right. But what is my share in this?
do we know? What do poor people like us know? Come, my son.
What? No. But if you're not man, let me give you a piece of advice. My in-law is like a fool, and your challenge is like the challenge of a tick to a bull. The bull, the tick, it fills his belly with the blood from the back of the bull. And the bull, he doesn't know it is there. He carries it wherever he goes. And he eats cats, patches on the bull's back, and picks it out. That is how you will end, my dear boy.
Thank you very much, sir, for your advice, but we'll see.
And I hear they have been giving you much money to use in fighting my in-law. If you have any sense in your bed, you will carry that money into your bed chamber and store it away and do something useful with it. That is your good luck. But let me not see your feet in this house again. Goodbye.
I left the house in a daze. Then I decided to push Edna out of my consciousness. The battle ahead, I realized now, was going to be a tough and a bitter one. Chifunaga had a reputation for being ruthless, but I did not know just how vicious he could be. The very next day, he launched his first assault. As I was listening to my new portable radio, I suddenly heard the announcement about my father. It was shocking. Alarmed, I rushed to the main house to look for him.
Father! Father!
Yes, has the world come to an end?
Do you know what I just heard on the radio?
The Queen of England has given birth to triplets.
They have just announced that you have been unanimously removed as the local chairman of DOP in Urua.
Is that all?
They said the information came from Bureau of Investigation and Publicity that you were removed for subverting anti-party activities.
I see.
Father, what are you going to do now?
My son, don't distress yourself now. It is their own palaver, not mine.
Not yours.
Oh, Odi, remember, it was you who went and brought ant-infested faggots to our heart. Look, I have been in this thing long before you. My son, this is what we call politics in this part of the world. And I can assure you, this is just the beginning.
No, I can't. Good day, sir.
Yes?
I'm from the local council office. I have to make a view.
Just as I was expecting. Odin, please take it from him. Take it from him and bring to me, huh?
Local council office. What? You people can be serious.
What does it say?
It's your tax assessment form. They said they made an error in the earlier calculation that it was based on your known pension of £84. Now they have found that your real income, in fact, is £500 derived from business.
From business? What business, man?
I don't know, sir. Just ask me to deliver it.
Okay then. Thank you very much. You may go.
They said you are to the end of the month. In 3 days, to break the race.
3 days? How generous
somehow be so evil. It is only the beginning. As I said, I will not surrender yet. I will fight him to the very end. Well, yes, we will see. And more visitors. What do you want?
Wait, see before. You go nowhere with this station. Oh yeah, Mr. Samalu, make you follow her.
Hey, that's my father, you know.
And so what? I'll call her your mama.
Don't be silly.
Silly. Me? See? Idiots like you. Is it because they give you that airport is too dry? That is why you think you can abuse me? Now I cannot go away, right?
Look, make you no waste time for her. Oh yeah, Papa, let me go. Hey, wait. Make you follow us people. You people say you're a big man, but you don't want pay tax. But it is just now that your man brought that one no concern. That one no concern. We will get orders to arrest her and bring her to station. If you don't catch him, I'll take the matter up with the law.
Calm down. And when I go take you outside. Order, tell your boss, let us see them now. You won't take fight like that.
All right. Okay, wait. Let's settle this thing here now.
So you get some sense after all. Me, I'm not a Creole. I don't silly like this.
Oh, this is 24 pounds. Take it. I'll come and pay the tax tomorrow. And tell them you did not find my father at home.
All right. We go for now. But we go it on. We go it on.
Didn't I tell you? No, but I can see you are learning fast. Hey, Mama. Mommy, let me see what.
Lorries from the public works people, about 7 of them. They are taking away the pipes now.
Which pipes?
The ones they broke.
Hey, you people. Boy, come take this away.
Hezekiah, my friend. Don't sit down, Counselor.
Now, just tell me what you have come here for.
Now what?
What has brought you here, Counselor Coco?
Well. Since you want it like that, I will tell you. No need beating about the bush. I have brought you a paper to sign. That's all. Yeah. You see this paper? When I heard all that was happening between you, your son, and Chief Nanga, I was not happy at all. I said, Mba, an elder cannot be watching in a market whilst a child's head dangles awkwardly on his mother's back. That was why I ran this morning to see Chief Nanga. We talked, and he was reasonable. He gave me this paper to bring to you. You see, everything will be calm as soon as you sign it.
What does it say? Sit down.
What?
No, take the paper away. Leave my house and never set your foot here again.
But Hezekiah,
you heard me.
You are making a mistake. A very big mistake.
Is this what you call dressing Counselor? That I, Hezekiah Samadu, dissociate myself from my son's lunatic activities?
that the so-called launching of CPC in my premises was done without my knowledge or consent. And that finally, I affirm my implicit confidence in our great and God-fearing leader, Chief Nanga. Who the hell do you think I am? Hausa? This is not the time for you. No, thank you. Thank you for your concern. Now, please leave my house. Take your coat away from my house. Me? Look, what do I do? All right, it's all right. I'm leaving. No one will stop the foolish beating from following the yam to the cooking pot. Good idiot! They eat and eat and eat and will never be satisfied.
Father, don't you think, as the man said, you are making a serious mistake?
In your eyes, Odili.
Wise?
Our people have a saying. They say a man of honor does not get up and unsay what he said yesterday. Well, I received your people in my house, and well, I will not deny that.
Old man, you do not belong to this age. Nowadays, men of honor simply forget what they said yesterday.
And that is what is ruining our nation, isn't it? Well, but I have one more thing I have to explain to you anyway. Look, you have brought all this trouble into our house. And so you are going to carry them. From the day onwards, whatever that they agree upon, you are going to carry them.
Oh, that's a small matter, Father.
What is that?
The doctor, this afternoon.
People of Urua! People of Urua!
Strange. What is he saying?
Let's listen.
People of Urua, listen to me. The elders and the councillors and the whole people of Urua have met and taken a decision. In the present political fight raging in the land, let it be known that we know only one man, and that is Chief Nanga.
What? Nanga?
Every man and every woman in Urua, and every child and adult would throw his paper for Chief Nanga on the day of election, as we have done in the past. If there is any other name in the matter, the elders and the councillors of Urua have not heard it.
My own people, yes, who were dancing in this compound last week.
You can't stand that our own village people have chosen to recoil from the road of sacrificial ram. Why? What do you think they will forsake for you the chance of getting good clean water, or what they call their own share of the national cake? Why, in any case, have you offered them in exchange? When you talk of your probity and all your lofty ideas and the rest of them, why would they believe you?
I will not give up, Father. I will not surrender yet.
A profound sadness seized me. But I was also boiling inside with a furious sense of wrong. In my anger, I took what now was clearly a reckless decision. I decided I must go to Chief Naga's first launching, if only to witness the way our people willingly surrendered their freedom to charlatans and crooks. My father tried his best to dissuade me, of course, but I would not listen. In the end, just so as not to be accused of deliberately going to provoke a confrontation, I decided to go, not in my own person, but in disguise. I took great pains to disguise myself very well with the sunglasses and the hat. And I left my bodyguards behind so as not to attract attention and trouble. And I went alone. As soon as I got into the court premises, my eyes caught Chief Nanga and his party people. Everything seemed to work well for a while. I worked my way through the crowd to a closer position where I could observe the faces of those on the dais without attracting attention. Then, after a long wait, some official grabbed the microphone and announced he was the MC. And that was when it happened. I saw a man with whom I had had some trouble before climb onto the dais and whisper something into Chief Nanga's ears. Chief Nanga shot up, grabbed the microphone, and over the loudspeakers came a call to catch that man in sunglasses and hat. I turned round. I couldn't run. I was literally carried onto the dais.
Oh, you need a great. I salute you. My people, some of you may not know me, but this is the boy who wants to take my seat. Who is he? I'm afraid. Get up. My people want. This is the boy who is thrusting his finger into my eye. I hear some of you asking, who is he? Who is he? I shall tell you. He was once my pupil. Oh yes, I taught him ABC. And I brought him to my house to arrange for him to go to England. Oh no, he did not just get up one morning, smell his hand, and go to my house. I was the one who invented him here. Anyone who so desires can blame me. He came to my house in Bori, ate my food, drank my water and my wine, and instead of saying thank you to me, he set about plotting how to drag me out and take over my house. He even tried to take the car on whose head I have put the full price and many other expenses, and who, according to custom, is already my wife. This guy, he tried to take this girl who is now covering her face for shame. Luckily, my wife was in. My wife got him and reported to me. Oh, the little great. Hey, aren't you brave? Hey, so you have come here to sit me out again? Or is it Edina you have come to see? Huh? To live at your door? Okay, come. You have come. There.
I came here to tell our people that you, Chief Nanga, you are a liar. You are a thief.
That was the story of how I ended up here. That was what politics did to me.
Incredible! And yet
they still arrested you.
Me?
The police. They were all over here after last week.
The police?
Regarding your bed, you were under arrest.
For what?
For being in possession of dangerous weapons.
Me?
They said 5 machetes were found in your car and 2 double-barrel guns. But anyway, they've now withdrawn the case.
Anyway, what days are the elections?
So you've not been told anything at all?
No, they won't even allow me to listen to radio here.
Well, I don't know if I should tell you, if you are strong enough. Perhaps I should first ask the next.
Please tell me, are the elections postponed?
Well, I will tell you. The elections were held, but they were massively rigged by the ruling elite. So protests followed, riots everywhere, looting and burning everywhere. And in the end, the army stepped in.
A coup?
Yes. The soldiers are now in power. They've dissolved the government. And most of the ministers, including your Chief Nanga, have been clamped in detention.
Oh my God. Soldiers! I have always been afraid of that. Now I'm seeing where the Nangas have led us.
You are not happy.
Well, perhaps we should be grateful to them for chasing away the robbers. But would they allow us to be happy? To be free? Free enough to choose our own leaders?
You don't know. Only time will tell. But anyway, it's wild jubilation everywhere on the streets.
I suppose my friend Max has also been arrested.
No. I may as well tell you, Max is dead.
No! Who killed him?
The POP tax with their leader, Chief Coco, looking on. They ran him down with a car.
Max! Dead! For trying to save our country! Max, the visionary.
And this woman,
No, please! Don't tell me she's dead too.
I have not seen a woman as brave as that. When she saw Max fall like that, she just reached calmly inside her bag, took out the gun, and fired into Chief Coco's chest. Now, she too has been taken in on the charge of murder.
What a story. What is happening to our nation?
That is what I'm trying to find out, sir. With this interview, perhaps when the people read it, when they hear directly from the victim, perhaps.
Agnes.
Right. Thank you very much for watching that. That was intense. A Man of the People by Chinua Achebe. That was a novel that made some people accuse Professor Chinua Achebe of knowing about the coup of 1966 because of the nature of that book. And that is the novel that Femi Osofisan has adapted into this combobulation of a rookie patriot the stage adaptation of Achebe's Man of the People. We've been here since 9 a.m. Lagos time, 3 a.m. Chicago time, and 6 p.m. Perth time. We decided that we did, and I need to apologize, we did announce that we were going to show the Nightingale for Dr. Du Bois. That was for 2 o'clock. It's almost 3 hours long, but there's a tribute at 5 p.m. and there's a scratch performance at the Wale Soyinka Arts Theatre, University of Ibadan at 6 p.m. Now, we decided if we were to go ahead with the Nightingale for Dr. Du Bois, we will not be able to go to the tribute and to Medaye at 6 p.m. So, craving your indulgence, we are going to postpone the screening of A Nightingale for Dr. Du Bois to first week in August, when we are going to have another event for Femi Osofisan at Ibadan. This one is being organized by Ibadan Literary Society, and we'll send you in the invitation. It's going to be on the ground in Ibadan, but it's also going to be online. So we're going to stream, so you will receive invitation. And there's also the Cora Committee for of Relevant Artists or Relevant Arts in November at Freedom Park in Lagos. There's a special day dedicated to Femi Osofisan, and you're also going to receive more information about that, and we're going to welcome everybody there. So we're going to take a break now, but before then, Jama is going to say a word or two. We're going to take a break and we will reconvene at 5 o'clock for the tribute session. German. This network is gone. Grace, do you have do you want to say the thank you then to everybody?
Sure. Well, thank you, Shola, for taking us through the streaming of the Convocation. And yes, it's a very intense play. And thank you for coordinating this. I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone present, those that have also left for some reason. I want to say thank you all for honoring Professor Osofisan and for coming on as early as you've all done. And those that are just joining in, you're welcome. But we're going to continue the program. We're going to continue by 5 o'clock, like Shola said, and I want to entreat every one of us to try and be here at 5 o'clock to continue the celebration. Thank you all, and I will see you soon.